every district to promote via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a 2-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dholavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. and E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through a credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in Northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALIMCO, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. And Northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in Northeastern region. The Northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities, depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of 1st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for 2 categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose provide I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND-AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long-continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Abhishek, let's quickly start our analysis of this. No big headlines.
Yeah.
No major headlines in this budget.
Yeah.
Two takeaways you were saying was on the decriminalization of some ongoing income tax cases. Can you explain what really Nirmala Sitharaman has said there?
Well, so if we go into detail of the proposals that the finance minister has made, basically what she's saying is that if there are already cases going on, you can pay penalties and get out instead of jail term. The jail term in some cases has been reduced to 2 years from 7 years, etc. That's one decriminalization clause. I'll go into detail of that in a bit. But apart from that, I don't know, what I could see is that there is a push for data centers. Or alternative energy sector gets a bit of a push there in terms of the components getting customs duties relief, etc. The fiscal deficit is in control. On the flip side, if you look at it, market borrowings, I thought she exceeded market expectations. That might be spooking the markets a bit, and you might see more of it happening going forward. Pranav, if you can take it up from there and get your first understanding of
on tax collected at source, there are slight leeway that have been given on
on TDS and
of
TCS
tax
both.
collected and source for certain global expenses.
Categories, yeah.
Right? Okay. Pranav, what are the headlines?
Well, I think initially she started on a very good note as far as manufacturing is concerned. 6 areas of intervention. Pharma sector has got a lot, in fact. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 sectors, rejuvenating legacy industrial sector, creating of champion MSMEs were some of the headlines. What the markets, the PSU banks are certainly down just about 4.5% down. That's what is in fact leading the crash in the markets right now. If you look sectorally at Nifty and Sensex.
Is that a crash? You'd call it?
It's not a crash. The market has fallen sharply. Yeah. Nifty is about 800 points down, and PSU banks are 4.5% down. I mean, if that could be one of the reasons. STT has in fact been raised. That is, the security transaction tax has been raised to 0.05% as against 0.02%. So that's going to be affecting futures. That is FNO sector.
Why have they done that?
Well, we need to actually. I mean,
the reason could be to stop speculation. Basically, yes.
That's another tightening that the regulators have been doing in the FNO sectors, because over the past about a year or so, traders have been, in fact, post-COVID, traders have been looking at it as a strategy to.
So the markets could be reacting to STT more than the bond issue, right?
Could that be?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's less to the STT because STT is only going to impact the traders, and that too specifically F&O. But the bond issue will be the bigger one. But PSU is something which is actually leading the crash now, and 4.5% down. So all the public sector banks is down. But overall, as I said, there is no LTCG impact, no increase in personal tax impact. It is a tepid budget. No bad news per se, I think, is still good news. These are quite initial reactions. It will change.
Sushil Kedia is keeping silent. Sushil Kedia?
This speech has left me speechless.
Yeah.
So idea is, I'm really wondering what am I doing working on a Sunday when only these things had to be announced. I think, it's the most mechanical budget that I've heard in my grown-up years, and more like, a maintenance political statement. I thought, everybody's going to work on a Sunday, government will do something special. So that's kind of shocking. This fall in PSU banks is not something we did not expect. They were really overbought on a wrong expectation that government will increase FDI in them. So metals and PSU banks is what we have advised our investors to go short on as any rises come. Rest of the market is actually already sold out so much that I don't want to participate in this knee-jerk reaction. And maybe in a day or two, sentiments can start reviving back on some other news. But net, this budget has given nothing for the investors.
What about the capex expenditure, which was being set at 12.2 lakh crore? Abhishek, how does that compare? What is that up from?
I think to borrow from Sushil Kedia, it's like mechanical, just not even about 5-6%. That's not much. Also, I was surprised that the finance
What is
minister
the defense allocation like?
Yeah, I was coming to that. So I was a little surprised that the finance minister really did not go into the ministry-wise allocations, not just for defense, for any ministry. I think she has not given the bifurcation.
Why is that?
I'm surprised. As I said, I don't know.
Would you not expect a post-Sindoor budget
There's nothing
to have
on
a greater
you know,
focus on the
she could
defense?
have, being from the state, she could have spoken something on Tamil Nadu. She has not. Maybe it's a fisherman of Tamil Nadu got some fish catch, but nothing more.
And certain rare earth related exemptions.
Yeah, corridor.
The rare earth, I mean, she spoke about the scheme for rare earth, permanent magnets, the support of a mineral-rich states, Odisha, Kerala, Andhra, Tamil Nadu. To establish.
Almost like she was
that's a
cautious to a default that she shouldn't be making any major announcement. I thought, because she was just sort of skirting through the you know political issues, and she was not picking up. For example,
you think this indicates a lot of policy making happens outside of the budget these days? That this also reflects the thinking that we are dealing with global uncertainties. There is no need to go deep into policy announcements. She says, I have 3 kartavyas: sustain economic growth, fulfill aspirations of people, and ensure sabka saath, sabka vikas. Very broad, thematic
Nothing
perspective.
specific.
Yeah, that itself is deliberate, I think.
Sir,
I want to make a point here that itself is intent. Maybe we are not reading that there.
and
The attempt to play down expectations, to not make any major announcement, to keep things under stealth, to just talk about semiconductor mission in a very general way, rather than go very deep into it. I think I get a sense the government's fiscal engine is going to operate by stealth rather than by big headlines. The days of big headline budgets are probably over.
But if the borrowings are going to overshoot like they have done today, then even the fisc does not seem like shielded. The safe harbor that she spoke about for many schemes. I mean, also if you look at it, Lokesh, I thought that there is a major import push. I mean, the kind of
look at
relief
Biopharma
customs duties.
Shakti. She's spoken about a 5-year allocation of 10,000 crores.
Which is
Literally
not-
amounts to nothing, huh?
Right from the beginning, I told you fiscal consolidation is going to be the major objective of the government. That is what the budget is all about.
No, but is it the case? Because if the kind of import push that you can see with the relief in custom duties for so many sectors, then there is going to be consequences for your balance of trade situation also.
It's already Atmanirbhar Bharat budget,
$280
I'll say.
billion of goods trade deficit.
See, what I see is AI semiconductors are going to define all production functions in time to come. And the government is doing the right thing by emphasizing upon semiconductor 2.0, thereby reducing the custom duties on imports of certain critical component parts, because now we see a lot of data centers coming up. And as soon as all this critical infrastructure sets in, we shall have a new form of industrial manufacturing, growth and all ticking up. And moreover, if you see, previous budget also, the government emphasized upon textile and leather products, toy making industry. Yeah. And it is in continuum to that. We have seen fishermen, that is the seafood, that is leather goods, textile. They are being insulated from the aftershocks of the external sector. And the government is maintaining the momentum so that employment doesn't get compromised with its fiscal policies, with its fiscal consolidation.
So let's get early reactions in from Subhranshu as well, and then we'll go slowly into the details. Subhranshu.
I think there was an informed body of opinion that this is going to be a somewhat tentative and a maintenance budget, and I think that's what's played out. And the reasons are, I think, closest to what you were articulating earlier, which is that we are living in very volatile and uncertain times. There are lots of executive decisions that can sit outside during the course of a year, tactically responding to stimulus as it happens, rather than locking it into a budget. But I do think on the positive side, and the full extent of it is not known, there is a big push for FDI in data centers. There is a tax exemption, a safe harbor, and a tax holiday that has been announced. To what extent and what quantum is not fully known at this point in time. CapEx is maintenance, 12.2 lakh crores, up from 11.2 lakh crores. Semiconductors at 40,000 crores and biopharma at 10,000 crores were the other big ticket pieces. But Arnab, I think on the spurring of investment and putting more discretionary income in the pockets of consumers, there was an opportunity which I think has been let go. In such times, even dirty water can put out a fire. So I think, there was an opportunity, there was a window, but for whatever reasons, in their wisdom, they've decided to let it be a maintenance and go forward as is budget by and large.
I think it's deliberate. I think very much we must acknowledge one thing, that there is an attempt not to speak about the global situation. How many references were there to the global situation? Not
Just
even
one. I think
not even one. Was there one?
Just one at the
Was
beginning.
there one? It was almost as if that does not exist.
That
It was
there's an
almost
adverse
as if,
situation.
so we are basically separating our trade policy from the budget. We do not have to speak about the impact of the trade policy on the budget, and that itself is the decision, I'm telling you. Abhishek, right now, I think the focus of the Modi government is to escape any form of scrutiny more than is necessary. Not to reveal has become a strategy, and therefore whatever happens will be probably done behind the curtains rather than in the full glare of the TV cameras on a Sunday. I think the government would be very happy with less media attention on the budget also.
Yeah.
The way I think things are going, that they don't want to talk about global circumstances. They talk about their domestic policy. They do the basic minimum announcements. You know, one girl hostel in every district, duty-free imports, carbon capture utilization, operationalized waterways over 5 years. Every announcement that is significant is a 5-year announcement. Have you noticed?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a policy direction thing rather than what we are going to do thing. And that itself is the headline you should draw. The government has downplayed the budget this year.
Yes.
The government has deliberately downplayed the budget this year because of the uncertainties in which we live. Do you agree with that, Kishore?
Yeah,
We are not reading the headline. It's a deliberate downplaying of anything more than broad intent in the budget this year compared to last year's, which is a response to the global situation in which we are.
And this is a
Kishore.
pro-infra budget. If you look at most
Yeah.
of the things are very long-term and infra-oriented, whether it is waterways. And one thing you need to understand, for cloud computing from India, that's a tax holiday been given. That is one big push. I don't know whether the impact will be immediate. In the short term, you don't see any SOP, whether it is personal income tax, whether it's corporate tax, whether it's anything that will increase consumption. There is no. So as expected, tepid budget, but no bad news is still good news. The initial
It's a
reaction-
stability budget, would you call it? It's a stability budget. Your government capex is crossing 12 lakh crores in FY27. So that continues, but the problem is that's not going to be noticed because that was very much in track with what was anyway happening.
Yeah, because from
Right.
2 lakh in the last 10 years, we have moved to about 11 per 12 lakh crores. So that's a classic increase, but steadily the focus has been there. These are long-term measures, no short-term gains, but in the long term, Viksit Bharat is the objective. Underplayed.
But somewhere it's also the government saying that we cannot make too many commitments or announcements right now.
Yeah.
We cannot commit too much to sectors right now because we don't know. You see, what do you commit to MSMEs? MSMEs are contributing 30% of the GDP, 46% of exports. What can you tell the MSMEs right now when you have so many things which are happening? You can talk about digital adoption, PLI schemes. What can you tell the MSMEs when your global trade is itself in a flux? So I think the government avoiding attention on these issues, which it cannot predict today. The government is bound by the calendar cycle to have a budget, so they are having it. They are going through it procedurally.
Large chunks. The bigger messaging was already done when the India-EU trade deal took place.
Exactly.
This week.
Yeah.
So the larger messaging was already done this week, and now the budget looks like something just a ongoing regular event.
And in April, we are having tax reforms that is going to significantly reduce the tax expenditure front. So the net revenue collection is going to increase. The budget has refrained
Where
from
is the
giving
fiscal deficit pegged at in this budget?
4.3.
4.3.
4.3%. That is fantastic.
Maintain the target.
So your nominal GDP is growing at how much? 10 to 11%?
No, it's about 9 to 10%. We need to grow at about 12 to 14%.
Yeah, so anyways, around 10%.
Correct, yeah.
And your fiscal deficit is at 4.3%. Perfect. From an investor perspective, perfect.
That is
What more do you
strengthen the
want?
rupee also.
This is the best macro signal you can get. What headline did you want, Kishore?
No,
So I don't understand why you
are
and
disappointed with the budget. Neither did
you
I.
have raised the expectations. Then you say we are feeling crushed. You're sounding like, you're what happened? It's all right.
Yeah,
What's
this
happened?
is
I
perfectly
just
good.
am worried that I don't know my defense budget. Do you have the details?
We're looking for that.
The fine print.
That is what I would like to
The
see.
document is
In
here.
the meantime, if this interest
5.9.
after Nifty fell down 1,000 points from the high of the day, it's rebounded back 500 points. So markets are like going wild, and I think the sense will settle in eventually.
I think for MSME, for example, the budget does talk about 10,000 crore champions fund, so to say. The budget does talk about 7 new high-speed rail corridor. I mean, that's
That's why all the rail stocks have gone up.
Yeah, so that's a big one because as of now you're only thinking of Ahmedabad-Mumbai high-speed
Bullet
rail
train.
corridor. Now you have 7 more.
So to Arnab's point,
but
these
again,
are-
futuristic.
These are phased out multi-year programs that have been announced. Arnab, the only exception here is there is a very big India-US deal which is yet in the making. And there is large fillip that is possible through executive decision making. For instance, in the auto sector, in the last quarter, just the slab change in GST liberated great energy. So you're right, they do not need to formalize everything within the 4 boundaries of the budget. There is a lot of playing space yet available through the course of the year, and I think
Now, I want to know what is the market, what are the markets looking at, Sushil? You guys also owe an explanation to people. You have a fiscal deficit which is estimated at 4.5%. It is 4.3%, which means you have successful fiscal consolidation roadmap which is going on.
Yeah, so the market.
No, 1 minute. What do the market should look at the debt to GDP reduction and whether the government will target that 4%. They are targeting and almost there. I don't know, what does the market want?
So
What do you guys want? You see, I'm very, no, 1 minute. Capital expenditure, private sector will not invest anything. They are going to put money in buying these villas in Dubai. Okay? No, I'm telling you, their expenditure is in Dubai, right? Government had planned expenditure 11.2, they've made it 12.2, which means it's about a 10% increase in FY27, which is huge. But private sector investment is not continuing. So I think we have a spoilt private sector. We have very, very spoilt people playing in the capital markets. They are never going to be happy, Abhishek. They're never going to be happy. They are not looking at the fiscal health of the country. They want more SOPs.
I think that's
They want more SOPs and you are not getting any SOPs. And they're only reacting to that STT mild reduction.
The market is full of traders. And that's exactly the reason why this F&O STT has gone up. Please
But don't
understand,
keep
these are
telling me
traders.
that
These are not
Nifty
long-term
down, Sensex down and all that.
This
so
is
while it's understandable that the government does not make a budget for the market.
Absolutely.
The fact of the matter is, Kishore, that the kind of projection we had, for example, of this budget being a quarter century forward-looking budget, even that seems to be having some gaps in the
That is not there.
Yeah.
That is not there. I have not
Given
seen
to
a
manufacturing.
25-year vision.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
not
not
easy.
given to manufacturing.
This seems
That's
more like a
worry.
nip and tuck job at the end of it. It seems like a nip and tuck job.
Yeah.
Yeah, please understand, budgets are never for the market, just an accounting income expense statement. But what's important is that...
Come on,
there
that
is no
was not what
given-
you said in the morning. In the morning, you raised expectations on every
I
front.
did.
Now you are saying don't
Arnab,
expect
you're
anything.
mistaken. I was very clear it's going to be a tepid budget, but what's important, I was expecting something for the manufacturing. That did not happen, and that is very critical. If you have to look at India's interest in reducing, increasing the GDP, reducing fiscal deficit, and ensuring that we have a consistent growth with labor force participation, manufacturing is the key.
The manufacturing, they have given enough. They have
Hashtag
reduced
stability
BCD.
budget. I would make the hashtag of this budget a stability budget. The government is saying we are a stable country. And we have our inflation control, we have price stability, we increase our capital
Manufacturing is
expenditure,
thumbs up.
fiscal consolidation is fantastic, the drivers of domestic growth are there, we are doing what we can, and the government is looking at the private sector can step in. Step in. And Abhishek, why shouldn't the government say that? The government should say, how easy is it today to do a 4.2% fiscal deficit, a 12.2 lakh crore capital expenditure, keep your inflation under 1.7%, from 6.3%, bring in price stability. Food inflation is averaging 2.7%. Prices of vegetables, food, pulses, food grain stocks are coming in. Policy intervention has happened. Capital expenditure is on. Revenue receipts are fantastic. They are 9.1% of the GDP in FY25. Income tax returns increases rising. You just told me the GST numbers were also good.
Yeah.
In fact, you said the GST sector were also good. What more the nation wants to know? What more does the private sector? What more? And there he magically appears. I have this genie thing going on since morning. Since morning, Rajan, the moment I phrase a question that is moving in a certain direction, the appropriate person emerges. This is magical. On a Sunday, I'm doing my magic trick. And I have Rajan Navani with us. Rajan Navani is with us on air. And he is the managing director and chairman of the Jetline group of companies. This is the kind of person, his family's been in Southeast Asia. He's come to India, investing in India, and he's a leader in everything to do with new trade, trading. He's also the gaming emperor of the country, and he's amazing. Rajan, can I provoke you a little bit on Sunday, since all these selfish people sitting with me here in the studio want more sops from the government? You're an altruistic kind of guy. What is your takeaway from the budget?
You know, when you think of a budget, right, typically, and thank you, Arnab, for those kind words, but I think it is about what the future of India can be. When you think of a budget, everybody thinks of, how you're budgeting and shaping a balance sheet for a year. But I think a growth-focused budget, shapes the nation's future for decades. And this is what, this budget, to me, I took away. When you think of a Viksit Bharat, how do you deepen Bharat's internal economic strength, for inclusivity, but at the same time ensure that India is marching on the global stage, leveraging practically and truly the technology and creative power of a young India. As you rightly mentioned, we are in new age businesses with young Indians and pioneering the, operating platform for the orange economy, for example. We saw for the first time, the government acknowledge soft power now being used as economic power on a global stage. I think that's a big shift. And whether it is in, many of the creative industries or sport and so many of these other areas, which align very well with the, the aspirations of young people, I think everything this budget talked about were national missions, to drive innovation. And if you saw that, even long term, right up to 2047, giving clarity on tax breaks for cloud companies, etc. I think this is really the differentiator here. I think it's also an opportunity for India to showcase how new technologies and what role India can play in the future. And it was across manufacturing, across, all the sectors that were discussed. So that was actually my first important takeaway, that, it's a holistic SME, manufacturing, industry-wide kind of an exercise. Of course, a lot will depend on execution, and really how that it happens over the next several years is the key. Many indications towards providing a better framework for operating businesses and other aspects in India, but we'll wait to see the finer print.
Do you view the statements that she made about AI semiconductors, about a corridor also that she announced, including the 4 states? Do you look at that as a push to the whole argument about India lacking in the semiconductor deep tech space? Do you think that could be viewed as a push to the sector?
No, absolutely. I think both for that as well as the cloud positioning, right, for India becoming a global cloud hub, right? Because AI has several layers. India has to find a position for, itself on the global stage. And that's what I said. Giving a tax break up to 2047 is a major, one for India.
But that's the kind of gestation period that is also required. So I think it's also bold for them to do that.
Absolutely. In fact, defense expenditure, the capital expenditure on defense has also increased. We were just talking in the morning, manufacturing. There is this whole argument about manufacturing sector not getting a push. She's given enough amount of initial points that she gave, 7 areas of intervention that she mentioned in the initial part of it. Do you think Make in India in defense could be one of the areas? MRO special announcement or reference was also made to MRO, maintenance and repair. So do you think that could be one of the impetus or push to the manufacturing sector?
No, I think manufacturing and defense is a big area and a big sector.
Abhishek, focus.
Yeah, I think we lost. Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Nawani. Please go ahead.
I said manufacturing and defense is a big, opportunity for India. And I think progressively we've been seeing, the incentives being given to this sector. And, at a time like this where the world is, really showing its strength and its prowess through multiple, angles, I think a strong, powerful India on the defense side is a non-negotiable. So I think India's positioning in that is a very important and critical aspect, as we look at, a world that is going to be shaped by new relationships, new supply chains being kind of built pretty much on the fly within time frames that are unheard of, right? In a few years to build global supply chains. And India has actually an opportunity to come in. And, a strong, powerful India through a strong defense is, I think, very critical. And that came out very well.
Abhishek, would you want to take the next question? We have the CII guest waiting for us.
You can go straight. Thank you.
So how do you look at industry? What were the expectations that you had, presented to the ministry when presentations were made in the run-up to the budget? And how has it turned out against, post the budget? What is it that it has come out to be?
You have to mention...
Mr. Sanjay Budhia, the question is to you.
Mr. Budhia, could you just... my question was that the representations that you made to the finance ministry before the budgets, and against that, what has been announced today, how much in line of your expectations is the budget that was announced today, sir?
Yeah, I'm really very happy to share that most of the recommendations what CII had made have been accepted, and in this budget particularly focuses the confidence factor, the confidence of India and the confidence in India and the confidence in Indians. There has been talk of the trust, there has been talk of confidence, and the Honorable Finance Minister has really made life easier, the ease of doing business, decriminalization, and also to increase the time period for different areas, different rules that will give long-term stability. When the world is looking at India and we are on the high table, and particularly after signing India-EU trade, there is need for urgency, there is need for speed, and there is need for fast-tracking or implementing the growth drivers, and the Honorable Finance Minister has really moved towards that direction. One of the areas I would like to touch is that a sizable investment has been put in India's SEZs, special economic zones, and the capacity was not fully utilized. So in this budget, there has been talk that you can make supplies from SEZ to DT areas of a certain percentage, which will really supplement the demand which is being seen overseas. Also, I would specifically like to mention one area which was totally neglected and never talked about, was the stress on mental health. I am a father of a child with special needs, but I know that mental health is a subject which is always put under the carpet. So, putting in NIMHANS 2 and also establishing 2 new mental health centers is a step which is very, very welcome, and it will open up, mental health on a dining table. People will not hesitate to talk about it. So I would sincerely like to thank the Honorable Finance Minister and the Prime Minister for giving emphasis on Divyangjan, on mental health, which are really something which touches your heart. And it is India, not only India, the world's about 10% people have some challenge, and this has been recognized and suitable measures are being taken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budhia, for joining us. Thank you very much there. Abhishek, now over to you. Thank you, Mr. Budhia.
Yes, we are still looking for defense budget allocation, but I have the key points coming out of the budget in terms of the fillip that it seeks to give. Mr. Navani, you see that there is a concerted attempt to focus on the services industry also, and to focus on job creation sectors like the hotel industry, like the healthcare services industry specifically.
Yeah, I think if you saw in this budget, the services aspect has got highlighted very differently because, as you look at the world, with AI, etc., just take software, right? For example, if the software is a $500 billion industry, the knowledge economy that rides on the software and converts it into solutions is a 5 trillion economy. India has proven that we can be that layer in the world, that can shape the future. So if you look at a services layer in the era of AI, it's going to be very different, right? I mean, you see expertise in doctors, but that human touch, the compassion needs to come from there. We saw that across all the creative industries, and you saw the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, which I'm on the board of. It's a government and private sector partnership, brilliantly creating content creators and others from India who can not only play a role in India but even globally in hospitality, in tourism. I mean, in every area, nursing. You look at all of these areas as services. A whole 10%. How can India get 10% of the global market share of services? Was something that the Honorable Finance Minister mentioned. Again, a long-term plan, but tremendous infrastructure needs to be invested in to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But, it seems like the markets are responding very differently. I mean, is there some issue with the consumer sentiment that might come out of this budget, Shubhranshu?
No, I think as the panel was mentioning earlier, it is not the budget's responsibility to tickle the market into an immediate reflex. And at the same time, it may settle over a day or two. But I think the important question to strike a contrarian note is that if indeed we are chugging along at 8% and actually the largest growth economy, then why is there foreign direct investment reduction and why is there FII exit? That is what we need to spur that action in the market by giving some positivity. Otherwise, I agree with Arnab. The bona fides are clear, the status quo is being maintained, fiscal discipline is even tighter, tax collections are higher. It is the underlying demand, because the fact is that 8% growth, more or less corporate revenues should have grown in line with the GDP rate of growth, but it has actually been somewhere around half of that.
Whether there has actually been a cut of 11% in defense.
We're looking for it.
Because the allocation in 25-26, I don't know, utilization was 6,81,210 crores. This year, that comes down by 86,625 crores to only 5,94,585 crores. I am actually quoting a government document on this. If that is the case, that it's a question now, have we post-Operation Sindoor brought down our defense budget by 86,000 crores? It seems a little unbelievable to me.
My question is,
to be honest,
would it be advisable to look at the nuances and look at the defense capital expenditure if that has probably gone up and just look at...
No, but what else would offset it?
The pensions and the salaries. If
overall defense budget, because if it was 6.81 lakh crores last year, average 5.94 lakh crores this year, it's obviously clearly net down. I mean, there is no...
So what is it net down for? There were people here saying, earlier Rhythm Desai was here, and he said that is something that should go up. So
I thought so.
7.85 lakh crores.
7.85. Then it's up.
About 7.85 lakh crore on the defense sector.
Yeah,
on Sunday, it's an increase. It's
that's what,
around
20%.
Can we double check that, please? Because if that is the case, we stand corrected.
In the previous
I don't know what Niranjan shared a document here and confidently said that this number was down 11%. I would find it impossible to believe.
No. It's 7.85 lakh crore.
Yeah. Please, I'm going to tell my...
It's 7.85 lakh crores.
Okay.
7.85 lakh crores.
So that's a headline. Then that's a 20% increase in defense allocation. So I don't know where we got that. I would request our research team as well as Niranjan to be extremely careful of that. May I get Shravan in on that, please? We'll get Shravan live on the defense budget so we have more accurate numbers here.
One more point on the tax part. So we were speaking in the morning about tax terrorism. And what has happened here is that the prosecution and the penalties have all been rationalized. You cannot go hard on imprisoning people on tax stuff. And there is a prepayment clause in income tax. If you are served with a notice and if you have to go for an appellate tribunal fighting, you have to make a prepayment of 20%. Now that has been reduced to 10%. No? So that tax terrorism they are watching, and it is a very, very good measure. It has been reduced from 20 to 10%. You can't imprison people, and it can only be simple imprisonment until unless the offense is very, very large. So that has been worked on.
Yeah, you can imprison. 2 years is the maximum imprisonment, and that also can be turned into a fine if the court so chooses.
Correct. So they are aware of the fact that there is tax terrorism going on, there is harassment of the taxpayer, and that too only of the 2.5 crore people who are paying out of the entire 144 crore people. So harassing them is not fair.
Mr. Navani, what are your takeaways in terms of the decriminalization proposals that the finance minister has come up with?
I think overall they're very progressive. I think, again, there were a lot of suggestions made by, industry and others. And, if you look at it, I think a lot has been talked about, a lot more to be done. But I think it's about building collaborative trust in this transformation of India. And especially when you look at longer term journeys, whether it's industry, whether it's government, whether it's other stakeholders, in society, all have to kind of invest in a manner from a long term perspective. And that requires trust. So I think building that trust-based, kind of collaborative framework is something that, we heard of, again, as I said, in the budget, and hopefully that will continue to get stronger. It is something that will build, within India, from India for the world, and truly think that that has been a good move so far. It'll only get better. That's our hope and aspiration as we move forward.
And tremendous push, I believe, for creator economy. I mean, the one institute that you had, then it talks about setting up NID and a couple of more such institutions in the north and the east of the country. So I think the finance minister is sort of having a focus on orange economy as well.
Yeah, orange defines creativity, right? And this is a new global emerging term, which the world is really looking at, because in a world of AI, that's where, as I mentioned earlier, the future is lying, and the rising generation of the young people in the world are driving it. So how does India, now becoming from serving, how does India start leading through IP creation, in the world is a big shift, big move. And I think towards that, building young people in India for new ways of livelihoods is a big push that has come through this. So yeah, it's been a big move and big announcement. And I think it will only grow stronger, because if 15,000 schools and 500 colleges is the pilot, India's size, scale, regional is massive. And hopefully this will scale further as we move forward.
Just want to, before I go into the breakout here, and I thank Rajan Navani, I want to mention the point on defense. The government has allocated 7.85 lakh crores on defense, much higher than the 6.81 lakh crore which was provided in FY26, which means the Modi government has signaled a huge focus on defense. The total allocation includes defense services, capital, pensions, civilian establishments, and everything else. This is one of the largest pushes by the government. So post Sindoor, and I want the breaking news stickers to be back, post Sindoor, you have a 20% increase in defense allocations in this budget. Ladies and gentlemen, our analysis is continuing, and I will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So, will Donald Trump still go in?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition, for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in that in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in June last year of worth of damage. If it has to go for the third missiles, $1 billion a battery, $12 to $14 billion per missile, at a time when the American economy is heading for trouble, can the United States,
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood the real pain points, and Pezeshkian, the Prime Minister, the moderate, he said we are prepared to talk and prepared to help. But as far as the armed operatives who had been sent in with
All right, welcome back, friends. First major reactions coming in, but before that, let's have a clarification that the defense budget has actually seen a spike of almost 20%. Let's go to Shawan Sen for more on this. Shawan, it seems like not just that defense has seen major spike, but it seems it's really focused on capital expenditure. So we are going to see Operation Sindhu 2.0 really panning out with the government push coming in by way of budget support also.
Well, in fact, this happens to one of the highest increase in recent times as far as defense allocation is concerned. Let me just give you the details of it. As far as capital expenditure is concerned, you're looking at a spike of 2.19 lakh crore rupees, and the further bifurcation. In fact, last year, the major impetus was given on acquisition of the naval fleet. Essentially commissioning of more ships. 127 was the target. Roughly about 85 has already been commissioned in the last 1 year. As far as this year's focus is concerned, if you look at the bifurcation that has been done, it is purely on aircraft, aero engines, which are basically followed by other equipments. And of course, there comes in the naval fleet. So this time, unlike what we saw last year where the focus was on the Navy, this year the major focus is of course on the Air Force, with keeping in mind dwindling squadrons. So clearly the government's focus has essentially been on capital acquisition within the services, and Air Force happens to be one such service which is going to get the major boost this time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shawan, for that clarity that we have now about boost to defense expenditure. Let's go to Mr. Vivek Bhatia. He's CII senior member and he's MD of TKIL Industries. Mr. Bhatia, your first reaction, particularly the kind of ease of business, ease of doing business that comes out insofar as importing, capital goods is concerned. You think that it's going to be a bit of a push for MSME sector, your industrial sector, your, equipment-based industry that you represent?
Well, definitely. I think in many respects, this is addressing the needs of the industry. So to begin with, I think there's been a significant allocation towards capital expenditure with 12.2 lakh crores. So on the demand side, I think things are going to look pretty good. And what the finance minister has done is she's really spent time to understand what are the bottlenecks for the industry. And if we look at, critical minerals, she's really simplified and eased the path for getting equipment for processing.
Yeah.
So on the previous cycles, we have seen that the mineral policy has improved, but now the capital allocation side, getting the equipment and technologies in place to really benefit from the resources we have in India has also been streamlined. So I think that's very good. Second, on the MSME side, I think this is a real positive because she has really tried to create a lot of positive momentum there. And bear in mind, against the backdrop of all the FTAs that India is signing, one of the principal beneficiaries who need to extract value from these FTAs are the MSMEs.
Yeah.
And so she's given an opportune boost to them at that point in time when, they can get stronger and they can really leverage from a trade perspective, the opportunities that we will see in different parts of the globe. So I think this is quite timely and well directed from a focus point of view.
You seem to be...
The other third aspect I would really compliment her on is, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Please complete. Yeah.
So the third aspect I really appreciate is that, she's spoken about carbon capture. And that again, there's a big nuance to this because when you look at the core sectors and if they have to import into markets which are highly sensitive to carbon intensity, this is the right time to be investing in carbon capture based efforts to decarbonize our products and make them more appealing in the international markets. So I think full marks for all of the things that she has
As
given.
MSME, you seem to be very welcoming of the finance minister's position on your sector. Pranav has a question for you.
In fact, there was a lot of demand in terms of inviting capital expenditure from the private sector. When you look at the budget speech now and the documents that have come out, what is your first reaction? Does this budget really give that much needed impetus to inviting private capital?
Certainly, see, as a private player, one of the first things that one looks at is demand certainty, right? And that is very obvious from the allocation towards infrastructure that we see from the government. Last year, despite all the macro headwinds, despite all the geopolitical environment, we have been the fastest growing economy in the world. And this year, I think with the increased allocation, that will be the case. So that provides a lot of confidence to industry that, if the demand is robust, if the ease of doing business is improving, I think the confidence to spend definitely comes along with that. And bear in mind, with the FTAs that are coming in place, it really adds another dimension to the opportunities that industries can pursue.
Yeah.
So I think it all creates a very positive environment for private capital to also get into the next gear.
Hopefully, let's take an update from Sushil Kedia on the markets. Markets seem to have recovered a bit, Sushil Kedia. You think they are factoring in the fine print now and they realize that maybe actually if you go sector-wise, there is definitely a push and hand-holding by the government to make sure that MSME, services sector, manufacturing, imports, everyone gets something?
I think, this one-line summary Arnab gave and now your point combined together to summarize the budget. Capital markets had over-expected, the SOPs as usual regarding STT, and reverse of that happened, and LTCGM was not touched, so markets made an overreaction totally. But you see across the board, railways 15% increment has been done, defense 20% increment has been done, CAPEX has been very generous, we are capping the fiscal deficit down. So for an investor, for somebody who's taking the India story seriously, there's everything right in it.
Yeah.
But an emotional overreaction of a market that was already going down, and that created sort of a capitulation. So my decision that I asked my investors, let's see if PSU banks rebound and will short. I've said, let's do nothing today. We'll watch the budget and its reaction after the FPIs come in tomorrow. I think the markets have really overreacted, and this could actually turn out to be the final bottom too. So I think stock markets is a different animal. Budget net, apart from refusing to pamper the capital market players and particularly traders, has done a decent enough job across the board.
Okay. In fact, sorry, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, as someone who's been an industry player, we are looking at a 20% rise on the defense capital budget expenditure increase. So if there is going to be a higher allocation for defense spending, do you think the Indian domestic industry is ready enough to probably absorb that and come out as a winner in this entire, the extra money that it will get, so to say?
Yes, without a doubt. In fact, I would credit the Modi government 1, 2 and 3 for having sustainably built private sector involvement in terms of defense production and defense preparedness. Whereas earlier it used to be pretty much exclusively in the public sector domain. And this is because we realized that innovation, technology, the influx of digitalization, the participation that has to happen across a very widely distributed supply chain cannot happen if you rely only on the public sector. So this is this and that. In terms of almost all the large conglomerates in the country, almost all large auto manufacturers and several other new startups.
Right.
There is a mix of people who are contributing to defense preparedness, and it's very much the need of the hour. Okay. We live in troubled times and in fragile neighborhoods.
Yeah. Absolutely. In fact, we are soon going to be joined by Piruz Kambata. He's chairman of the CII Task Force on Affirmative Action and group chairman, of course, of Rasna Private Limited. Mr. Kambata, are you getting us? Are you there? We can...
Yeah.
Okay, I can hear him actually. We're just trying to get your video fixed, Mr. Kambata. I think we're getting your audio. I can get your video also. Thank you so much.
I think the videographer is doing something else.
Your first reaction for the budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget. We thought it's a stability budget, but your first comments.
It's a responsible budget and a futuristic budget. I don't think I was entering the room expecting any tax cuts and all that, because all that is done. We are at probably a lower what I call corporate tax than many other countries. Personal tax was already lowered. GST, a lot of things have happened. So I don't think this budget was about how much money extra you will put on tax or how much money you will save. This was about reforms and about a specific agenda of the government to develop certain sectors like rare earth, civil aviation, high value crops, and high what I call biotechnology, semiconductors. And I think the private sector should also now participate with the government in these what I call long-term areas where India needs development. And I think this budget is an invitation to that. Also importantly, the budget has done a slew of reforms in the taxation sector by simplifying tax, reducing unnecessary penalties, reducing TCS, a little bit rationalization of TDS, and also ensuring that the decriminalization happens in the tax laws. So many of the unnecessary irritants are there that for small things you have a fear of going to a prison, which is not there. So I think penalties have been announced in most of the things, which is I think very positive news. So overall, this simplification of tax is also quite welcome.
Yeah. Okay, we also have Mr. Anshuman Magazine, CEO and Chairman of the CBRE. Mr. Magazine, your takeaways for the construction sector from this budget? Mr. Magazine, okay. Mr. Magazine, are you getting us? Are we audible from here? No, I think I have to go back to Mr. Kambata. Mr. Kambata, since you represent the Affirmative Action Committee of the CII, do you see a political direction also in the budget in the sense that it's inclusivist? It talks about, getting the Divyang on board. It talks about a lot of schemes for them. It talks about women. It talks about, there is a specific talk of branding of women-led industries and products. In that sense, I think something to do with your sector and your area of interest insofar as CII is concerned. Okay, Mr. Anshuman Magazine, you are getting us now. My question was, for the construction sector, what are your big takeaways from the budget?
I can hear you now. I think the budget really, the most important thing, there are many announcements, of course, for me was investment in infrastructure. There was talk about freight. Hello, I think.
Getting you, please go ahead.
Please continue, sir.
Disconnected.
Mr. Magazine, not disconnected. You are visible, audible. Please go ahead. Okay, there seems to be some issue. Okay, fair enough. Mr. Kambata, are you there?
Yeah, I am there.
Okay, my question was, since you had the Affirmative Action Committee, your takeaways on that front? The government, the finance minister has tried to be inclusivist also in the budget, taking care of all segments of society?
Yes, I think it is a very big announcement because, for example, they are looking at AI for Divyang, especially able people. They are looking at assisted devices to promote the manufacture of assisted devices in India. And I think this is good news. Also, I was just telling you before that the benefits they have announced in terms of the tax reforms, so that a common man can pay tax easily, less TCS, less TDS, rationalization of tax, simplification of tax laws, reducing the, what you call, not the completely decriminalization, most of the smaller minor offenses. This is all very positive news because this budget was not about tax as much as tax certainty, not about tax rates.
Right.
So we are quite happy with that.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kambata and Mr. Magazine, for joining us. We also have Mr. Nirmal Minda joining us, President ASSOCHAM, on the broadcast. Nirmal K. Minda, President ASSOCHAM and Chairman of UNO Minda. Auto sector, Mr. Minda, you get a sense that the EV ecosystem is going to get a big fillip and the finance minister has delivered on the expectations?
Yeah, we are very optimistic. First of all, I am on behalf of Uno Minda as well as SOCHM President. So from the SOCHM, we have given almost 40 recommendations in the different sector. Out of that, Honorable Minister considered 25.
That's fantastic.
And these were under the 5 pillars: Make in India, ease of doing business, and Make in India to ease of doing business, MSME growth, digitization, and sustainability.
What's in it for the auto sector, sir? What's in it for the auto sector?
To promote this auto sector, I would say the first and foremost the ECMS scheme and semiconductor mission 2.0. ECMS scheme 22,000 to 40,000 crore is a very good initiative, and hereby we will be able to do more localization of the displays and semiconductor.
Yes, right. Yes, Mr. Minda. Well, thank you for your post-budget reactions out here. I'm going to look at the broad picture. Sandeep Sikka joining us. Subhrangshu, come on, let's get back into the game out here. Kishore, Lokesh, and we're welcoming Sandeep Sikka right now. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the ED and CEO of Nippon India Mutual Fund. It's a big Japanese fiscal finance sector giant. What should Sandeep be looking at, Subhrangshu? What should he be looking at? Is there anything that Sandeep Sikka should be happy about, Subhrangshu, today from Budget 2026?
Well, I would ask him the question in terms of continued interest from domestic investors in the light of this seeming exodus of the foreign institutional investors. Even where FDI is concerned, Indian economy has shown it has the necessary investment capital within the country to sustain growth.
Yes.
The question is whether the ups and downs in the stock market will deter domestic investors finally, and what's his sense of optimism?
You got that. You got that. That question comes from marketing and brand guru Subhrangshu, Subhrangshu Singh, who's asking that question to Sandeep Sikka. Sandeep, would you please care to respond to that?
Thanks, Arnab, Anshu. I think this is a very valid question. I think I'd like to first my reaction on the budget, I think because that's why we are here. And I like the hashtag, Arnab, the stability budget. I would also rate it as a stability budget. From a long-term point of view, whatever fiscal prudence or whatever things were started by the government, I think they continue. They have not directionally changed, but rather it has gone more deep this time and trying to get into new sectors and segments which can add to the India growth story. And I'm really excited about 2-3 things in the budget, which is specifically, the first one is basically the semiconductor, the 40,000 crore fund, which has been created for semiconductor. And the second part is basically the 10,000 crore fund for MSME. Now, and these are basically the 2 things. One is futuristic. The other one is going to be driving the growth as well as the employment in the country. And the third one also, I think I've never seen a budget before, which has gone so deep into micro sectors. Whether we're talking of tourism, micro tourism, we are trying to look at, roads, hiking, all these things which have never been done, and because they are going to add to the long-term growth. And why I say this, it's very critical to understand from a long-term point of view. I think the Indian investors, the first time, I think over the last, many years, I think we've always been dependent on foreign capital. And over the last few 2-3 years, we have seen the first time is the domestic savings, which is driving the India growth story, which is providing the patient capital. Over the years, we know in the 90s, we had to go to the global, the World Bank and everyone to get capital. Today, the global companies are getting listed here. So it's the retail Indian investors which are also helping the foreign companies. But I think from a long-term point of view to your question, I think I clearly see this as a directional. The retail investors will continue participating in the India growth story. I do not see any kind of a slowdown. This is just the starting. I think at this point of time, also only 4 to 5% of the population is investing in mutual funds, into capital markets through mutual funds. And I think this trend has just started. And I think I do not see any kind of derailment happening because of any short-term market reactions in what has happened in the budget today. So I think I remain a perpetual bull, I think India growth story will continue and it will be driven by retail Indian investors, not by foreigners going forward.
CRISIL responded to this capital expenditure, saying it's an 8.9% increase in capital expenditure. It's lower than what we need. but in line with the trend.
Right.
Which means we're going to have to make up for the rest from somewhere, right, Abhishek? So I think we keep growth as the focus, slight increase in your capital expenditure, things are looking good. Vijay Karya is with us, he's chairman of the Raven Group, very well-known group. Vijay, what's the big headline for you? We have got fiscal consolidation, we've got capex, we've got defense, we've got increase in defense. We got freight corridors, rail corridors, right? Then they are talking about strengthening the bond markets by doing a few things. But some people are saying, you know, why did you have to increase the securities transaction tax on futures from 0.05% and 0.02%? And on that basis, markets have fallen, and hence we are going to say it's a tepid budget. I don't look at it like that. How do you look at it? How do you view it? More positives or more negatives?
I couldn't see anything negative in the budget. In fact, I think most of it, if not all, is positive because I think it's a proactive budget which is investing for the future. And we have to understand that when we invest for the future, there is always going to be a gestation period. And there is no point in getting upset about a small increase in taxes where today in the commodities market, on the futures market, a lot of people are actually speculating and losing a lot of money, and increasing the securities transaction tax by a small percentage is not going to impact too much. I think the investment that is been set out for the infrastructure sector, the creation of design studios, the creation of more and more girls' hostels, the creation of the skilling, where the push is on skilling, is going to be something which the country will benefit from in the future. So according to me, this is a very proactive budget, taking future into account, and always your future is dependent on the actions that you take today. And I think the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have done that.
Yes, of course. You know, one more thing which the government has done is, and I want to comment on that from anyone here in the room, maybe Kishore, Lokesh, you want to say something, Lokesh? Yeah.
In fact, there are three key points for this budget.
Yes.
First is emphasis upon greenfield investment. If you look at the manner in which allocation is being done.
How?
Second is capacity building that the entire budget is focusing upon. And third that we see is basically strengthening the already existing MSME sectors. Because see, the manner in which agri-stack, sandalwood, leather industry, then you have the textile industry, the allocation that is being done, BCD is being reduced. So it is almost like giving a shot in the arm to the MSME sector.
Correct.
Second is if you look at the FDI. Now FDI, we do not want FDI in brownfield investment. We already have enough of investment doing that. That is being taken care of by the government. Now for the FDI, they have to come in for semiconductors, they have to build in data centers, they have to develop the supply chain, we are going to have corridors. So I see a lot of, critical infrastructure development taking place.
Yeah, another headline which I thought got a little under noticed was that for non-resident Indians, the investment limit has gone up from 5 to 10%.
And
overall investment increased to 24% from 10%, which the government is telling NRIs invest more in India, invest more in India. We have Tarun Kumar Somani of the Somani Group, big group there, infrastructure company out there. Thank you very much, Tarun. Good afternoon. Can you
Thanks,
hear me?
Arnab.
Hi.
Thanks, Arnab.
Hi, Tarun. But before I come to you, I want to go across to Rajiv Dimri to get a sense on the tax front, what he thinks of it. He's the National Head of Tax of KPMG India. Rajiv, hi. You're a very respected tax voice. Nobody knows it better than you. You're also heading the Taxation Committee of CII. From the tax, from FICCI, I'm so sorry, FICCI. From that perspective, how do you view, from the tax perspective, your comments on this budget? Any misses?
Good comments. It has touched upon wide variety of area across direct and indirect taxes. Of course, it has removed the uncertainty, or it has affirmed that the new income tax code is applicable from April 1, 2026. And if you see the focus both across direct and indirect taxes is ease of compliance, so decriminalizing some of the provisions that were minor offenses but created big problems for the companies. Reducing TCS on large number of activities will certainly ease the businesses.
Will it reduce
and
tax
will reduce
terrorism
the
as
cash
it has
flow
been
that it
defined?
So,
you know, will it reduce tax terrorism as has been defined? Because people are really worried. This headline over the last few days about the chairman of the Confident Group, big group in Bengaluru and Middle East, committing suicide while during a tax raid. You know, people say they could have done more. Mohandas Pai spoke about it earlier. Your thoughts on tax terrorism? Does it really tackle that problem?
So if provisions are decriminalized and if the threat of imprisonment, which now courts have the ability to convert into a fine, that certainly will take away the fear that a genuine taxpayer may have, and it takes away the potential of a administrator threatening you with certain things. So the minute it gets decriminalized, or the courts have been given now powers to commute an offense into a fine, I think that will definitely go a long way in reducing that threat perception that people would have from an enforcing agency. So yes, I do believe it is a great step in that direction.
Stay with me there for a moment, Rajiv. I want to go across. I welcome right now B. Tyagarajan, Chairman of the CI Trade Fairs Council and the Managing Director of the big company Blue Star India. The camera is focusing on him right now. So, before I come to you, let me get in Tarun from the Somani Group on this. Tarun, you've looked at the budget. From your industry perspective, infrastructure, capex and overall.
So 12,200 crore is the spending on infrastructure.
Yes.
Which is about 11% annual increase.
About 9%, I'm told, yeah.
It's from 11,000 crore to 12,000 crore, okay,
yes.
Whatever. And the various certain points in the budget have been very well articulated. One of the very nice points which the government has been trying, that is the inland waterways to make it operational, which would reduce the logistics cost. So this has been a very welcome story. It's a very stable budget considering the present geopolitical situation. You know, the government has to play with a lot of caution when we don't know how the pitch is really playing internationally. Even the 20,000 crore investment in the carbon capture is a very positive move. It is aligning with the EU FTA, which will unlock a huge potential. Also, the data center investments for tax holiday till 2047 will incentivize setting up a huge number of data centers into India.
Yeah, and it's a long tax holiday till 2047. Like the government believes that that's the industry of the future and needs to be shepherded for that long.
Yeah, and of course the Indian industry always was expecting more, but everybody expects more.
Yep. More than a tax holiday till 2047? Are you suggesting that this is maybe just symbolic and that the backup that was needed in terms of facilitating the adequate energy infrastructure for data centers to run, maybe that's still not there, or maybe the government could have done more on that front?
This is more focused only on data centers and the cloud services they will provide.
Yeah. This is a tax holiday for any foreign company that provides cloud services to global customers and to Indian customers through Indian reseller entities. This tax holiday goes up to 2047. Point is, what I think, the only thing is that, Tarun, I would say is the government is showing that we have a long-term view of this. I think I would give the government credit for betting. This is a bet up to 2047. That's the signaling. That's how I would see it. What do you say, Tarun? That the government...
It is incentivizing the Indian industry and the foreigners for a long-term view till 2047.
That is the big point. And on that, I want to go back. I want to go back to Sandeep on that, because Sandeep, for example, Nippon, right? It's taken such a long-term bet on India. Every time I meet you, you say Nippon is here. We are here to stay. We're going to be here for the long term. And I think this, the customs duty also, for example, you've exempted for goods needed for nuclear power till 2035, which means someone in the government is saying, what are the things which are here to stay? What do we need to give? What is the right phrase for it, Sandeep? It would be, a stable regulatory environment for some things that we need to be seen to be pushing, right? I think there is a bet here. The Modi government is saying, we're not thinking election to election. We're thinking 10 years, 20 years ahead. Sandeep, how is that going to play out among foreign investors, foreign players?
I think you're very right, Arnav. I think when you look at the foreign investors, whether it's Nippon or any Japanese investor investing in the country or any global investor, what they want is the stability. And I think many times in past, over the last 2 decades, we have seen many times certain policies come up, they undergo a change very soon. But this is the first time directionally, when you talk about 2047, we are talking of, about next 22 years. I mean, there's going to be tax holiday. I mean, you're saying, this is an important sector for me. I think we're going to give you this tax holiday. But more importantly, it's going to be a stability from a long-term point of view. So I think it's a very, very big positive. It's beyond data centers. It's a directional approach from the Modi government. And I think foreign investors would love it.
See, another directional thing, Pranav, sorry. Another directional thing is 20% increase in defense.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you set a base of 20% increase in defense, you're setting a base for the year ahead.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you were saying.
Sandeep, in fact, I wanted to ask you, as a foreign investor, when you look at India as an emerging market, what's in this budget for you that will lure you to probably be bullish on the India story? What changes with this?
It's a very interesting, I think, again, I do not want to go by the reaction that has been shown by the stock market at this point of time.
No.
And history has it. The first 2-3 day reaction is an overreaction. And I think to one of the questions what Arnav asked to one of the panelists, what are the positives and negatives? There may be enough positives which are not visible at this point of time. That's the way you have to see these budgets. You don't have to see them from a weekly basis or a daily basis. That's the way you have to see it. So that's point number one.
No, don't react. See, Kishore has started jumping the moment you said anything about stock market, he jumps.
No.
See, you people are...
I am a distributor of his funds, so I'm not jumping around. I'm very bullish. I'm an eternal optimist as far as India is concerned. But one big miss in the budget is about disinvestment. Now, this is a big ticket item. There is no mention of it, and disinvestment is something the government could have gained from. And I've been consistently saying this, that for the last 10 years, the government has missed on the opportunity. There are Navaratna PSUs.
Does it have to be in the budget?
Yeah.
As a target?
No, yeah, it has to be. See, at the end of the day, see, when your net...
There was an opportunity.
There was an opportunity. I'll tell you.
There is a target of 80,000 crore rupees going into capex of disinvestment.
Yeah, and
not mentioning about...
Sushil is countering Kishore.
Not mentioning about disinvestment does not mean government cannot do it.
In the last 14 years, in the last 12 years, tell me how many times has the disinvestment target been met?
Allow me to complete.
No, you hear the question, please.
Okay,
the question is that how many times in the last 11 years has the government effectively used disinvestment and met its target? Every time it has failed, and that is political in nature.
I don't understand your point. On the one side, you say it's not been mentioned. Then you say even if it's mentioned, it's not going to make it.
They are not doing it. That's the problem. They are not achieving the target of disinvestment because that's a huge
Let me put that question to Mr. Tyagarajan, who's been waiting patiently. Another great voice from industry, chairman of the CI Trade Fairs Council and MD of Blue Star. Mr. Tyagarajan, is this a stability budget? Is it a long-term budget? Everybody looks for a hashtag. What hashtag would you give?
Good afternoon, Arnab. It's always a pleasure interacting with you. I think it is a budget which is stable, providing continuity and sustained growth for future India.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit, because we have other industry giants listening on to your words there?
It is always difficult, Arnab, to comment on something looking at the stock market reaction or political reactions. My dispassionate view is as follows. I don't think we expected anything big bang from this budget, because these days outside the budget many reforms continue to happen. Say for example the GST announcement on 15th of August, which got implemented from September 22nd, and many other reforms throughout the year it happens. Why we should be worried about February 1 alone? Now, if you look at today's announcement, it is very clear. It is providing for increasing the manufacturing output. It is looking at stability. There is a great deal of fiscal discipline, and the reform engine, as she called it, is continuing. And I don't think one will expect anything more than that at all. We are extremely satisfied with the outcome of this budget.
Yeah, and I think there is a question of intent also, isn't there, Mr. Agarajan? I now moving away from your sector, Tarun and Sandeep. First Tarun and then Sandeep. Your views on the direct tax proposals which have been aimed at rationalizing penalty and prosecution. How will corporate India take that? You know, that only big offences will be criminalized and everything else will be decriminalized. Does this help build confidence among the business community? Tarun?
You know, a lot of Indians are very scared about the ICE factor.
Yes.
Income tax, CBI, ED, which has been, people feel has not been used in the best ways. But if you look at it from the government perspective, the only people who have they targeted are the people who had huge bank defaults or were involved in the criminalization of the Indian industry.
Yes.
So for people who are doing everything well, I don't think so there is a big scare.
Yeah.
There is a scare, but there is not a big scare.
In fact, one of the important misses which some of the industry voices are pointing out is that there is not much simplification of GST that was expected. Do you think that's something that you were hoping for and you haven't got it? Is there some disappointment there?
But the positive part is that there has been a very much simplification of the custom documentation. You know, we have to look at it in a more macro way. That is the way forward which the government is moving. If you compare it to 5 years back or 3 years back and today, there is a much more simplification of documentation.
Okay. In terms of the whole customs unveiling that has happened, in terms of giving certain concessions to imports, certain positive pushes, so to say, a little bit of pushes here and there to exports, do you think that is likely to help us with our trade deficit, so to say? One, and second, is it in any way, though she did not directly mention anything about tariffs, likely to, counter or offset for the tariff, setback that we witnessed over the past about a few months?
So I feel that the geopolitical story is so uncertain that you cannot make any forecasts anymore.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, you can't really make any forecasts anymore. You're right, Tarun. But at the same time, Sandeep, the world will look at India. You know, how would a Japanese company, for example, look at India? How would Japanese businessmen, trade, investors, very patient capital, how would they look at India? Given a few indications which have come in this budget of a long-term thinking.
Oh, I think Japanese love long-term stability. They love long-term vision, and they also don't like surprises. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think specifically what we talked about, the tax holiday till 47 is the first time, I don't remember in last many years, we have ever come out a directional approach, a tax holiday for so long. So that is one. Two is also, I think what it does is basically from a long-term point of view, I think what government is saying is, it's not about what has been announced in the budget. Government has not left any theme which they continued 5-10 years back. So they continue building on those and adding new themes, whether it's to do with, the data centers, whether to do with the semiconductors, whether to do with various other initiatives. So this is the stability what the foreign investors look at. And I think to one point that was talked earlier, maybe one of the panelists talked about disinvestment, I want to just specifically touch on that point. I think while disinvestment was not touched, there's a very new innovative way the government has touched this time, is basically monetizing the real estates of CPSE through REITs. Now that's again something we do not know what will that quantum be, but that quantum can be huge. So I think what the government is trying to do is sticking to the core what they started many years back, at the same time trying new themes which will help the country grow, and foreigners and the Japanese companies love that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Japan will look more closely at India, very much so, because Japanese like long-term thinking. That's the way they are oriented out there. Vijay, one word from you, and then I'm going to go across to some of our other guests. Vijay, you've been doing some great work in the manufacturing sector. You've taken your company to the Middle East. I wanted your comment particularly on the point, because you are in touch with so many NRIs, on the boost that has been given for NRIs to invest back in India. Do you think they will follow through on that?
Yes, definitely. In fact, if I have to say one word for the budget, I think I would say strategic. Because one thing which I would go back to the area of data centers and the tax holiday given for data centers till 2047. It's not just about the tax holiday. It's not just about getting in data centers, but it's also about creating a long-term vision. That means the data which is mostly lying outside the country today is being brought back into the country, and for that I think it's a very, very strategic move, which we have to understand that the government has now decided that the majority of the data across the world which is lying outside India will now come into India with these strategy moves. And that's something which I see very, very positively. I have been in touch with a lot of NRIs, and let me tell you, Arnab, you know that we are in the middle of a big exhibition, and the move for the aircraft has resulted in a huge signing of a MOU between an NRI staying in the US of A and with an Indian company. So people are already excited about what India offers, and I think this move to incentivize NRIs to invest more in India is going to lead to a huge impetus.
Okay, Prime Minister is speaking. I'm cutting straight to the Prime Minister speaking. Cut.
ऐतिहासिक
Take with the
है।
windows. Take with the windows.
इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायो फार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है।
मोदी जी लंबा बोलेंगे।
हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई।
STT disappointment, this is a good budget.
साथियों,
अपने
हमारे देश
एक बार तो दुख होता है ना यार।
10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं
मार खाने के
सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है।
They continue to do everything they do.
महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित
STT spanner. It's a continue.
महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार AI इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay, that's the Prime Minister's first reaction there to the budget. And joining us first is Executive Vice Chairman of Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Dr. Preeta Reddy. Dr. Preeta Reddy is with us, I think. Yes, there you are. Good afternoon, Ms. Reddy. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Arnab.
Yeah, thank you. You've heard the budget. You've heard it through and through. Anything specific that you would like to respond to as a broad response to the budget initially?
One, I really have to thank the Finance Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. There have been multiple, declarations in the budget which is going to impact the country and society and infra. But after a long time, I'm hearing a lot in healthcare. And I think as healthcare providers, somebody wanting to raise the bar on healthcare delivery in our nation, we're very excited, and there is so much which can be done, which will give jobs, which will give economic prosperity and keep the nation healthy. So I'm thankful and delighted for all the announcements which have been done for healthcare.
Yeah, two of our panelists actually wanted to point out, they can be put on the screen on the left hand side, Aditi, because they wanted to react to what Preeta Reddy said out there. Kishore?
Healthcare professionals are going to be
On the left, you can take them on.
Services. So that's very big. 1 lakh healthcare professional for allied services like anesthesia, caregivers of 1.5 lakhs. This is going to be very, very important because India's geriatric population is really going up and there is a focus. This shows the amount of details into which the government has gone into the healthcare.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 1 minute, please. Let me go back to Preetha Reddy with a second question. Windows making right now with Preetha Reddy on the right-hand side of the screen and Pranav on the left. Pranav.
Dr. Reddy, in fact, one of the important decisions was the customs duty waiver off on 17 life-saving drugs. How is that going to help the Indian industry?
You know, India as a population, we're seeing the rise of cancer, rare diseases, which, we're really grappling with, and chronic conditions. So you've got intense disease like cancer, you've got chronic conditions, and this rare disease space which you don't know too much about. And for each one of the drugs, for example, muscular dystrophy, for each one of these drugs, there has been a customs duty, saving. And I think this is going to impact healthcare delivery to a large extent. And people are going to benefit, whether it is in the private sector healthcare, the not-for-profit. Everybody tends to benefit from that, and I think that's a great boon.
Okay. Well, Preetha Reddy, thank you so much for your initial reactions there to the budget this evening. Thank you very much. This afternoon, sorry. Preetha Reddy is with us. I see Keshav Bhajanka is out there with us, and he's the Executive Director of Century Ply, and Jayan Mehta is the Managing Director of Amul, two great companies, Century and Amul. Dr. Mehta, you must have watched this carefully. I thought this was a long-term budget. I found particularly that a couple of things which the government said on customs duty, basic data center push, we haven't very often seen governments commit themselves to a 10 to 20-year horizon. But from your perspective, how do you view the budget, Jan?
You rightly mentioned, Arnabji, that it is, yes, very visionary and futuristic budget. And obviously supporting the dairy cooperative sector and the cooperative sector in the country in general.
What is that window? Yeah, sorry, you went off the screen. Some vision mixers creating trouble. No, I was speaking to Jayan Mehta. Please, could I have him back on air, please? Sorry, I'm told the production has changed external output. Jayan is very much on the screen. Aditi, if you try. Sorry, Jayan, you went off. Please. Yeah, you're back.
Yeah. So it's very beneficial for the cooperative sector and also the dairy sector. The major change in the treatment of the dividend income. In our three-tier Amul model, the State Marketing Federation gives the dividends to its owners, which is the district cooperative unions, and they also transfer their dividend earnings to the farmers. So this has been corrected, which is a direct saving to all the farmers across the state of Gujarat. We sell a lot of cattle feed. It's about 10,000 crore rupees of cattle feed. The accounting process has been simplified, and the profit of cattle feed sales along with milk also has been treated and exempted, which is giving benefits. Apart from this, let's talk long term. They're talking of 20,000 more veterinary doctors for the country. India is undergoing White Revolution 2.0, and as we expand our services across the length and breadth of the country, this will become a very big beneficial thing. Dedicated freight corridor, you mentioned about their focus on infrastructure. Currently, our tankers move on the rail, going all the way from North Gujarat to Delhi. They further move down to Calcutta, and now a new proposed freight corridor from east Dankuni to west Surat in Gujarat will further streamline and expand the transportation network that we have and high-speed movement of goods, particularly milk. Now comes the other very, very interesting part of it for the cooperative sector in general. We have a new multi-state export cooperative for exports, the NCEL, and the government has given 450 crore rupees grant in aid. So this will boost the exports of all agricultural products by the cooperatives in the global market. So this is there in the fine print, not announced by the Honorable Minister, perhaps due to time constraints, but this is one big boost. Similarly, cooperative education has got a boost and a 300 crore rupee grant in aid to the Tribhuvan Sakar University, a new university which was created last year. So total 500 crores rupees granted to them for creating a new state-of-the-art cooperative university is also there. NCDC supports all the dairy and the cooperatives across the country. They continue to get a 500 crore rupee grant in aid. So these are the things which are long-term in nature and providing growth to the entire agriculture and the cooperative sector of the country.
Word in from Keshav Bhajanka. Keshav, capex goes up 9%. Impact on you, impact overall, and anything else?
Thank you so much for having me. I think this has been a truly transformational budget.
The reason I'm saying that is because the finance minister has beautifully balanced 12 lakh crores plus of capital expenditure in infrastructure. This
We'll go
is
to college,
something that
Dunia,
is
because
unthinkable a few years ago. And alongside that, maintaining the fiscal deficit target at 4.3%, this shows that Atmanirbhar Bharat is no longer a dream, it is a reality. Despite the strong headwinds that we are receiving, unfair tariff wars and so on and so forth, the sectors that have been impacted, all of those sectors have been given respite. Today, if you look at textiles, if you look at pharma, all of these sectors have something or the other in it for them. Lastly, from people with disabilities to farmers to MSMEs, I think this is an all-inclusive budget. So I must say, I don't know how the finance minister has come up with this, but it is truly a transformative, long-term and exceptional budget for India.
Let's get a word in from Sahil Chalana. He's founder of College Dunia. Sahil, from an education perspective, anything you've noticed?
Yeah, thank you, Arnab, for inviting me. It was a good budget, specifically on education. College Dunia does, college discovery in India and colleges abroad. So one of the biggest things which the government has done is reduction of TCS on study abroad education from 5% to 2%. As you know, that a lot of middle incomes, there are about 10 lakh Indians who go to study abroad every year. So, and a lot of them is slightly higher middle class or middle class. So that is going to give them a boost. The second thing which, this is the first time this government has recognized the importance of the skill economy in education. So they have incentives around that as well. One of the biggest things they've also announced is basically they're setting up 5 universities, 5 university townships near industrial hubs. Now, we always had this criticism that our education is not so much linked to the real skills. So, strategically locating your universities to the industrial hubs is going to give them a big boost. One of the things we actually, as part of IMAI, have been proposing to the government is reducing the GST 18% on online education, because in the world of AI, you need to be educated. There are Coursera's of the world. If that is reduced, that is going to give the new age education economy a big boost. That is one of the misses from the education sector. So yeah, all in all, it's a good budget from the education.
Fantastic, Sahil. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to say thank you to you, to Keshav and to Jayan. Just a big question to both of you. Broadly speaking, why do you think the markets are reacting the way they are? Do you have any logical explanation for that? Both of you, you're not markets people. You're very happy. Markets very unhappy.
I think that, part B needs to be deciphered a little bit more.
Yeah.
And there's still a little bit of lack of clarity about what this capital gains change means and the MAT rate changes that have been proposed by the government. But I'm sure that as we unravel this a little more, the markets are going to look better. Long term, sure. Like I said, it is a transformational budget. There's no two ways on it.
Jay?
Again, as you mentioned, I don't know much about the
To call a trader on
Jan.
I can tell you that there are 3.6 million shareholders of Amul, and they are very happy. Their number is slightly more than the number of shareholders of India's largest corporate listed on the stock market. So I think there is cheer in the households of farmers thanks to the budgetary support which has been given, the tax benefits that has been given to the farmers of Gujarat and across the country. And more importantly, the visionary approach for future growth and stimulation of the cooperative sector and the dairies and the animal husbandry sector. Also, milk being the largest agricultural crop of India, the right focus on it, the doubling of budget of our animal husbandry ministry to the efforts in boosting cooperative institutions will bring in long-term benefits for the country.
Absolutely, it will. Well, thank you very much to both of you, Jayan, and
thank you so much.
For joining us, and Keshav. Thank you very much indeed. Got a great panel coming up next. We have Rajiv Memani, president of the CII, and the very visionary chairman and MD, founder of Bharat Forge, Baba Kalyani, who really defines India's indigenous defense sector. He's done so much good work there. Mr. Kalyani, I'm glad we pulled you out on a Sunday afternoon, and I'm thankful for your time. It's very, very kind of you to be here. A lot of people will watch for what you say. Rajiv, likewise, thank you very much for joining us. Before I go to Mr. Kalyani, may I ask Rajiv to give me, as President CII, a broad review, broad brushstroke reaction first to this budget, as expansively as you would like to, and then I'll go to Mr. Kalyani next. Rajiv.
Yeah, so Arnab, overall very positive. If I start, at the building blocks level, continuity clearly seen from the earlier budgets, a strong focus on macroeconomic discipline, lot of focus on manufacturing across sectors. So if you look at I'm getting an echo back, Arnab. So a lot of focus on manufacturing across, and they've identified clearly 7 sectors that you want to focus on. So whether it is biopharma, semiconductors, especially a lot for electronics manufacturing, and also for labor-intensive sectors. On infrastructure also, if you actually see the amount of capex that they've allocated, plus the grants, aid and grants given to state government, the increase is almost 20% as compared to what realistically we are going to spend, what the RE is versus the actual growth is almost 20%, both central capex plus state capex if you add that. So I think that's very positive. The focus on MSMEs, especially both on the credit side and creating the growth fund, I think that's been very positive. On the services sector, whether it is tourism, whether it is education, on the IT services side, I think the safe harbor rule for global capability centers will be very positive. Data centers, obviously, I don't think anyone expected that they'll give a
2047,
22-year kind of tax relief on export of services. Also very clear on the transfer pricing there, and also then the benefits that they provided. The customs duty rationalization, whether it's for MROs, whether it's for nuclear power, whether in some areas of electronics manufacturing. So overall, I would say a lot of focus on infrastructure, a lot of focus on manufacturing, SMEs, and also on the services side. So including things like gaming and others, which historically, or visual mediums, historically we haven't seen such a comprehensive sweep. So I would say very positive, and also the numbers that they've assumed in terms of tax revenue growth, expenditure growth, and others are reasonably conservative. So last year, I think the numbers were not achieved, whether it was tax growth or overall expenditure, but they were smart enough to maintain the fiscal deficit very sharp. And I think hopefully this year also we will see the macroeconomic discipline that the government has continued in the past, that being carried through.
In fact, I would call this NDD budget, nuclear, data and defense. I would say the 3 clear areas of focus I find. The government has identified nuclear, which is why basic customs duty for nuclear power projects, all the goods needed exempted till 2035. Right? They've set in motion. So what the government is saying here is that, look here, we are going to be election agnostic. We must have a policy, regardless of who comes to power, India must move in a certain direction. On data, Rajiv, I agree with you, because this tax holiday till 2047 is historic. Basically, Government of India is saying, you want to make us data sovereign, we will help you. You want to make us dependent on data, we will not help you. Now I want to move to defense. Mr. Baba Kalyani, the government has allocated 7.85 lakh crore to the defense sector in the union budget. That's up from 6.81. That is quite significant. I don't know, somewhere between 15 and 20%. Yeah. What is this signal? And is there something that we need to look at beyond just the number in terms of the fine print as well that's likely to follow?
I think, Arnab, first of all, I have to congratulate the Finance Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister for the continuity and predictability in their reform process and the whole 2047 landscape that we are looking at. Now, if you look at the defense budget, it's almost 18 to 20% increase in the defense expenditure. We have one new element now in the defense expenditure, which is called emergency procurement. It was there last year, but it has become much larger now. And hopefully it will continue into something called a fast-track procurement process, because they want to reduce the procurement time cycle for defense procurement.
And that's the reason why you see this whole increase that you are seeing in defense expenditure. Even the capital expenditure has been increased by almost 25% by 2.35 lakh crores. And, I think whoever is in the defense industry is very thrilled with this, that whole continued push, which was, and no unnecessary surprises that came in the budget. So we are very grateful to Madam Finance Minister, who has delivered the continuity and delivered growth in this area.
Mr. Kalyani has also had, Abhishek, this is very important here, that Mr. Kalyani had led a committee, if I'm not mistaken, which was the Baba Kalyani committee, which advocated way back in 2018.
Yeah.
Way back, that's, way back in 2018, this is Modi government 1. It said that, move from an export-only model, used available idle capacity. Maybe he can tell us a little bit more on that. Because this budget should make you a very happy man, Mr. Kalyani, because this budget has advocated this intent. And you can perhaps tell us how what you had proposed in 2018 is getting implemented now, because idle capacity is bad. Idle capacity is just a waste. And underutilization of capacity is the worst thing that we can do in today's time. Mr. Kalyani, can you tell us how this budget addresses what you had thought out in 2018?
Well, I'm very happy to read this in the budget document, the SEZ rules, unutilizing excess capacity in SEZ export units. This was a committee set up by Mr. Prabhu when he was the Commerce Minister in 2018. I headed the committee, and there were several other people, including a Commerce Secretary at that time. And we had said that what is the point in having, land, facilities, and all this available in an SEZ if you can't use it for productive purposes? And there is no difference nowadays between SEZs and the general manufacturing, because there are no specific advantages that were there at that time specifically for SEZs. But it took, unfortunately, 8 years to get this going, but I'm glad that at least they made a start. I hope the rules are not very cumbersome in this. I don't know the details of the rules and caveats that they have put. I think this is a movement in the right direction. You're right. India cannot afford to have anything lying idle, any capacities lying idle. We need to improve our capacity utilization for every area of our activity, industrial, business, commerce. And this is one of the things that should help people who are. I'm not in this activity, so I have nothing to do with this.
You had a good role in that. Next question for. Yeah. Let's take the next question for Rajiv from Abhishek, please.
Yeah.
Abhishek.
My question is, Mr. Memani, you mentioned about the customs duty rationalization aspect. I mean, is it from the political messaging point of view? Do you see a measure of confidence in the manner in which the finance minister has really opened up imports so that ultimately manufacturing is benefited in the country?
Yeah, I would say it's a measure of confidence, and it's also what is required. So where they have made, if you look at the areas where they've made changes, one is in electronics manufacturing, some parts where India is, even to be successful in imports, as far as raw material is concerned and other areas are concerned, I think the duties have to be much more competitive. If you look at nuclear power, I think Arnab also mentioned, how do you make that more impactful and much more competitive? And a lot of it is around simplification. So I think in customs right now, they have talked about, simplifications of rules and everything else is very important. So if I look at the broader customs, it is about making manufacturing more competitive, making exports more competitive, focusing a lot on simplification, and those areas which are of strategic importance to India. How do you ensure that you get power and others and build the new power plants on a more competitive basis so it encourages manufacturing overall?
You were among the pioneers in manufacturing India's first indigenous artillery gun. I want to ask you today, in fact, the Finance Minister has actually waived off the duty on MRO, I mean manufacturing boost for the Indian aerospace industry. Do you think, one, how do you view this from a policy or a boost point of view or a government point of view? And second, do you think the Indian industry is ready to kind of grab this opportunity and make itself a self-reliant industry in domestic aerospace or aircraft building?
Is this a question to me?
Yes, please. It is to you, sir.
Yes.
Okay. No, you're absolutely right. I think we are all very excited with this because this lays out 3 or 4 new large business opportunities for manufacturing industry. In your nuclear power plants, even if it is SMR, is a 5 to 10 year type activity.
Yeah.
Same thing has happened in electronics. We missed the bus in the 80s on the electronics bandwagon. I'm glad we are back on the electronic journey in terms of bringing our economy into this area. And I think with whatever is happening with smartphones and Apple phones, etc., in Bangalore, we are going to be pretty fast in terms of how this is going to move. And obviously, we need components. We don't make all the components here. We used to have in the 80s a lot of component plants. They all got closed down because electronic itself was disappearing from our marketplace and now reappearing again. And it's a very large industrial activity. So it's a very large boost to the Indian economy and Indian manufacturing sector. Similarly, you have also shipping, although it was not specifically mentioned, but there are these 3 or 4 new big opportunities that come up for the manufacturing sector: nuclear power, electronics, shipbuilding, etc., apart from defense.
Yeah. So I think these are lots of opportunities. I thank you, Mr. Kalyani and Rajiv Memani, for your post-budget reactions on Republic. Thank you very much. See you soon again, both of you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kalyani.
Thank you.
The Director General of FICCI is joining us. Jyoti Vij is joining us from Delhi. Ms. Vij, can you hear me? This is Arnab here, and with me Abhishek Kapoor, our Senior Executive Editor, our Business Editor Pranav, are together here to talk to you for a few minutes. Thank you for your time. The Prime Minister said that, fiscal deficit, he said, we have managed fiscal deficit quite well, right? And we have increased our capital expenditure. So he's basically saying, I've got growth, I've got discipline, right? Is that the right emphasis right now? Do you think the government's got the balance right?
So what we have seen is that, obviously the growth rate is for everyone to see. And the good part is, like the Finance Minister herself stated, that the fiscal consolidation path has been well maintained. But they haven't really, done this at the cost of any of the social spending or any of the areas where the government really needs to lay focus on. So given that, I think the fiscal consolidation, of course, is a very, very significant aspect of any economy. And having really been able to achieve that is, I think, a great positive feature of the budget this year as well, and the entire phase which they have, the phase in which they have done the fiscal consolidation over the years.
Conservative that the government is confident that it would better the numbers given the kind of GST figures, for example, we got today in the morning? Ms. Vij, I think she lost the audio there.
No, I think she's there. It's great to have both FICCI and CII both with us. So we have Jyoti Vij, who's the Director General of FICCI, and we have Chandrajit Banerjee, popularly known as CB, joining us from CII. This is great. Chandrajit, we have been speaking to Jyoti. She gave us her first comments. Can you give us your first broad comments to this budget? What are the headlines from a CII perspective?
So for me, the headlines perspective, and for CII, the headline perspectives are, number one, of course,
we have shown that we have a phenomenal macroeconomic stability, and going forward it shows the macroeconomic fundamentals would be kept in mind, the fiscal consolidation, the fiscal glide path, the debt to GDP ratio, that's very strong. The second part of it, I see this budget to be very future oriented. When we really look at the aspects of skillings, the future of skillings, when we look at even the focus that we have on healthcare, even the future of healthcare, when it's a high-tech healthcare or the type of diseases that would come up, and even if one looks at technology, the semiconductors or even the AI, so it's a very future-oriented budget for a strong economy or a growing economy like India. The third aspect is the focus, which I liked, was on manufacturing SMEs, manufacturing plus manufacturing SMEs. This would go in a long way. But the fourth big ticket stuff, if I may say, is that we have been requesting, and we have been always putting up for a continued state capex, the capex spent by the government. This has been what has kept India outstanding in terms of its economy. And the last 1 year, we have seen private sector kick in very strongly in terms of private sector capex, and this really would be one way of looking at the private sector gaining phenomenal importance. So I see this budget as a budget which is prudent and a budget for all, and a budget which really once again makes India a very strong focus globally in terms of an investment destination, with the ease of doing business, the cost of doing business, with logistics infrastructure being put into place.
Yes, Pranav.
One of the important elements of CII is manufacturing, because there have been arguments or a view emerging that assembling as such is not manufacturing. Do you think that this budget in a way silences those who say that manufacturing is there in India, it will get a boost, and it's not just assembling that India is focused on?
Absolutely, it is not assembly. We have moved much beyond it in the last few years, and this also re-emphasizes the fact that we are focusing on. See, look at what we are. Even if you really look at the way the scope that will get opened up with this, the focus on infrastructure, the focus on the second tier and the third tier cities, the focus on AI, the focus on future technologies, the focus on, defense, all of it, the indigenization that we are looking at, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we talk about, it's not just producing for India, but, we are seeing global investors come into India, manufacture in India, develop supply chains, global value chains, and actually exporting across the world. And with it, if you really look at the strategic part of what has happened in the budget, with focus on critical minerals, with focus on rare earths, I think this shows that we are really looking at the future of manufacturing in a very, very, very different way.
All right. If I could take that to Ms. Vij, if you're getting me, Ms. Vij, this is Abhishek this side. My question to you is, you mentioned the hits in the budget. What's the geo-economic, as an economist, what's the geo-economic messaging that you see in the budget?
I think there is, of course, continuity on a lot of things, but the big push that we have seen, particularly in the data center, which will, data center can get this announcement can help us, certainty because of tax holiday till 2047, which is huge. And it will bring in the foreign investment. It brings us, the strength into the digital economy that we're building in, AI that was talked about, plus the employment opportunities. So I think that's kind of humongous. The big piece is self-reliance, so the self-reliance is reflected in announcements like the semicon continuity of the scheme over there, the critical minerals, etc. How the states, the balancing that we are doing across states, the balancing that we are doing across the strata of society. So there are a lot of these big aspects which which can, keep us going while on the growth path, but also ensuring that we are self-reliant, we're not dependent in terms of our supply chain, etc. The issues that we have seen in the recent past. So I think those do find these are very good elements in the budget at the moment. Plus the fiscal consolidation that we did talk about in my last intervention.
Please stay on, Chandra and Jyoti. I've got Amitabh Kant with us here. Amitabh has been CEO of Niti Aayog. He's been India Sherpa at the G20. He spoke of animal spirits in the morning. Rahul Gandhi calls it a blind budget. So he's outdone his dead economy comment with a blind budget. So as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, we're a dead economy with a blind budget. I think he's going to run out of adjectives soon. Nevertheless, Amitabh Kant, your first reaction to the budget overall, does it meet the expectations you had this morning?
Arnab, first and foremost, let me say that these are very complex times we are living in. There's heavy geopolitical fragmentation. There's a breakdown in global supply chains. Global polity is impacted, and it's very important that India at this point is fiscally responsible. It's fiscally prudent, and I would merely say that Finance Minister has been very disciplined in bringing the fiscal deficit down to 4.3%, bringing the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio down to 55.6%, and yet increasing the capex spend to 12.2 lakh crores, which in effect really means that your capex spend, effective capex spend goes up to almost 4.4% of your GDP, which is enormous. It has never happened before in the history. But the budget actually focuses on manufacturing and infrastructure in a very big way, and I'll come to some of those points. But the smartest thing in this budget, to my mind, is that she's given this exemption of 22 years for data centers, because across the world, about 75 to 80%, in America, in fact, 85% of the investment is happening in AI and data centers. India has all the data and India has all the talent, and if you are able to attract computing power and data center into India, and India is the only country which has one grid across its entire geography. So if you're able to do that, then you'll technologically leapfrog in a very big way. So it's a very smart move to my mind. And I would...
Could they have done that for other sectors as well, slightly more long term?
No, this is the only sector where you had a 22-year break. Never before have I seen this happening earlier. This is path-breaking, and this is a really smart move.
And it's committing the country in a particular... It's the commitment thing which is so important.
So the important thing is the realization that India can grow at... the challenge is that you need to grow at 8 to 9% for 22 years. 22 years growing at 8 to 9% means you need to technologically leapfrog. You need structural reforms. You need ease of doing business. You need to become cost competitive. All that is important, but you can't do it in the same sectors. You need new technology to make a big spurt forward. And therefore, this nuclear energy, focusing on critical minerals, these 4 critical mineral corridors, you need to become a processing arm. What China does is, it's mastered the art of processing. You will get the raw material, but you need to become a global champion of processing. That's what this budget pushes for. And therefore, my view is that this lithium, iron cell, critical minerals, nuclear, small nuclear reactors, data centers are the way to go forward. And therefore, my view is that this budget has made some very right moves of getting into these areas, but essentially focusing on manufacturing and essentially focusing on infrastructure, which will give you the impetus for growth in the coming years.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Amitabh, thank you. Fairly futuristic, I think, if your analysis is correct. I'll take a break. I thank Amitabh Kant, thank Chandra, thank Jyoti from CII. Take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are back, I'm coming into the last round. We are going to be joined by Naina Lal Kidwai, the President-designate of the CII, R. Mukundan, and Ashish Kumar Chauhan, who is the Managing Director and CEO of NSE. All of India's corporate leaders have chosen the Republic Media Network this morning and this afternoon. We are really grateful to them for that when we are back.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, healthy every day.
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in June last year of worth of damage. If it has to go for the third missiles, $1 billion a battery, $12 to $14 billion per missile, at a time when the American economy is heading for trouble, can the United States,
Okay, we have President-designate CII and MD and CEO of Tata Chemicals, R. Mukundan, with us. We have past President FICCI, India's legendary banker, Nainalal Kidwai, with us. Thank you very much, Ms. Kidwai. Mr. Mukundan, to you first. Budget 2026 says a lot of things, but one of the things it says is scale up carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies across key industrial areas, including chemicals. You know, how do you view this? How transformative can the CC-US push be for decarbonizing India's chemical value chain while supporting competitiveness globally?
I'm so delighted you asked this question. I think one of the themes in this budget, which I think I wanted to highlight, was fundamentally that this budget, whatever it has done, it has given a green angle to everything. I heard Amitabh Kant speak about the whole area of critical minerals, the whole area of lithium batteries, the area of nuclear power, biogas, or sodium antimony for solar cell, all green areas. But for the hard to abate sector, like power, steel and chemicals, which you alluded to, one of the key ways of reducing carbon is through carbon capture. I think this is a technology which is now more or less proven. Our UK plant already has 100% carbon free with the carbon capture unit. With the fillip the government is giving, I think many of us will now use this and examine this to make sure that we can make useful products using the carbon capture. So clearly a direction which the government needed to get India to, by 2070, a net carbon zero economy. So welcome this move, and I think each company will take its own step in that direction.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know why, despite all of this, Nainalal Kidwai, Sensex crashed, Nifty crashed. I will have the NSE managing director, and sometime we'll have to ask him. But overall, I think the government's got the numbers fairly good, right? I mean, it's put things under control. I'm so happy they've increased defense spending, but yes, the fiscal deficit is only 4.3%. Is that the big headline for you? Discipline? Is that the key headline? Management in difficult times?
Yeah. So Arnab, one can never disagree with you, but in this case, I wholeheartedly agree with what you said, and that is that to see the fiscal glide path being maintained, the discipline that India has shown and has actually helped us because our credit ratings have begun to improve, which helps us in terms of our debt raising at a sovereign level and also, therefore, at private corporate level are very, very positive. And I was happy to see that the infrastructure spend has actually gone up slightly. I think we had a concern that it might actually just be stable or even go down, given that there was a concern that maybe taxes might also not be rising. The good news on the GST this month maybe belies that. So yes, the stability that comes with the debt to GDP commitment, the fisc commitment to 4.3, and indeed infrastructure going up are big positives. So delighted to see that. I think related to that is the whole area of job creation. And, across sectors, there's been mention of skilling and job creation. The healthcare areas figured very high in terms of caregivers and skilling therein, and also the opportunity through medical tourism is a big push. Tourism getting mentioned as a big, again, employment generator, and specific mention of heritage sites and, reviving the Buddhist trails, looking at the Northeast as the whole Buddhist trail therein, trekking and so on in, again, hilly areas. So areas which maybe have been neglected in terms of growth and tourism, now being under the scanner for developing the tourism potential, and therefore the job creation ability that tourism provides is critical. And I think, again, universities, mention of the more creative spaces, gaming, all this skilling, employability, and jobs that would therefore embrace our younger people coming through the system are very important initiatives, and I think we'll see a lot of resonance and growth going forward. And of course, the more jobs we have, the more consumption we have, the more capacity utilization we get, and it leads to more capital expenditure. So it fulfills a virtual cycle of growth going forward.
Ms. Kidwai, just a follow-up question. That's the broad sweep that you give, but it seems your sector, the banking sector, seems to have taken a beating. There's something we are missing, perhaps, that the banking sector can see.
Well, there was an announcement of a high council committee to look at the sector as a whole. So it isn't off the table. We have to see what emerges from that. And I think that is what is needed. It is going to have to be, let's look at where we are. And, we've got a strong banking sector right now. The NPAs are really very manageable. We have, reasonable liquidity and credit provision happening. Some stress with banks in terms of deposit gathering. But by and large, the banking sector is stronger than it's been in a decade. So the time for us to look forward to what we need, and I do believe we need a larger banking sector to support our whole Viksit Bharat thrust as well, is going to be hopefully what is going to be looked at by this high-level committee. So I think there is focus there. Then at a working level, there is the push to make the public sector enterprises at a minimum look at InvITs and REITs, or moving assets out into these structures, which will give them more money to grow and invest. So will also help with the development of these InvITs and REITs, which are going to be very critical for us as we look at putting money into new infrastructure, even while we monetize the old. There's also been mention of municipal bonds. To actually grow our municipal bond market is critical in terms of funding our municipalities. There was talk of 100 crores per 1,000 crores of bond raising that happens from the municipalities being supported by the centre. These are all steps in the right direction in terms of the health of the financial sector as a whole. But we would have to look primarily at this overarching committee and what they pronounce, and indeed how they execute on it.
Absolutely. Our next question from our business editor, Pranav, to you, Mr. Mukundan. Pranav.
Mr. Mukundan, in fact, the Finance Minister also announced that there will be 3 dedicated chemical parks. She announced an allocation of 10,000 crore towards that. How do you view this as a boost to India's chemical sector? From the 14th position that we are at right now, do you see Indian manufacturers, Indian exporters rising up the global ladder?
Yeah, I think I'm glad you brought that up. I think she not only highlighted chemical parks, she also highlighted rare earth corridor. She spoke about the semiconductor cluster and also textile mega parks. I think there are 7-8 themes around where the government is wanting to focus on and funding them. But she also used a very interesting terminology, I think 11 times or 13 times, challenge mode. I don't know what the challenge mode is. We need to get into details of that. So this is not going to be executed business as usual. This is going to be business beyond usual with a greater focus and an emphasis on outcomes. So a very, very relevant step at this point of time. I think one of the things people need to understand is that as we build scale in many of the sectors, some of the base sectors like chemicals need to play a bigger role. And this came in her speech when she spoke about scale as a theme. And I think this really augurs well for us. The two other themes which she did speak about was also, which I would like to highlight, is the rejuvenation of industrial parks, the legacy industrial parks, about 200 of them. These are industrial parks which are set up in 1960s, 70s, and they need a serious upgrade in terms of technology, AI, and infrastructure. I'm really glad that she's focused on that. How do we sort of build vibrancy in what already exists, which is already a productive asset, how to make it even more competitive. And also she spoke about this whole issue of MSME, which I think one of the asks from our side was every sector has got MSME as a supply base, and we need to sort of strengthen them. This equity infusion for them, the credit support for them, linking TREDs with GEMs, also making sure CPSEs look at MSME as the first port of call, I think are all very critical steps in building strength. Coming back to chemical parks, certainly I think we've been highlighting we need 7 chemical parks, at least we're starting with 3.
Well, I think this is fantastic, Mr. Mukundan and Naina Lal Kidwai. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us this afternoon. And we are going to the Q&A round with Nirmala Sitharaman, so it's appropriate to cut across to the Finance Minister's ongoing press conference.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason. 54.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है। मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं, यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक, मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा, मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू।
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा, ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाएँ। और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है। So, we want to make CPSEs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise?
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year. 209.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET Now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to
merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to cope with it.
234. Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something, since government is continuously saying that we need at least 2 of the big banks, at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedure currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and well, we'll definitely have TOR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question. 229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premanshu from Anandabazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the pole-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast Corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing, whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar. You need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals, and therefore states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here. Front side. Front row.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE it's higher, and a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80,000 crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this, and according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you all.
4. Okay. So, on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4% and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on that tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal prudent management. There's no point in me dropping it to, let's say, 4. It has to be steady so that the economy goes in a steady speed. So it is a responsible number and realistic number. It's not as if I wanted it to be so gradual. It is a responsible number. We should achieve it and equally not bring in any kind of turbulence anywhere.
Thank you. From the center flank, 190.
Thank you, and congratulations on a very comprehensive budget.
Before you start, I was going to look at PIB and say this side is being ignored.
Yes.
But good that he called you.
Thank
Come.
you. I'm Aprajita Saxena from CNBC International in Singapore. I'm very curious because you started talking about tech, and I want to ask a question about the ISM 2.0. There are those on the outside who say that India sort of lags when it comes to AI innovation, especially innate innovative LLMs. Is the strategy of ISM 2.0 to sort of become part of the global value chain, or are you more positioning towards India creating its own native LLMs? Thank you.
I think Ashwini Vaishnav, the minister, has been speaking extensively about this. There are several aspects of it. We want to be sure that in the semiconductor domain, we have every expertise for all those 5 major chip or modeling or, the infrastructure, design, every aspect of it. So he is talking about creating capacities within the country to be able to have that kind of infrastructure well laid out within the country. And similarly, if you're looking at the way in which our startups are working, using AI, and very clearly we have also shown a path that it is not just the large language models, but also smaller ones, medium-sized ones, which can serve the requirement of your economy. So AI in India, particularly when you have a huge demographic dividend, will have to give us results to ensure that our people have work and also the opportunities are going to be enticing enough for the youth. It cannot replace human efforts. So we are at the same time redefining for ourselves, if I may use that expression, on how to use AI, what is the capacity that we have to create, the kind of infrastructure that we have to lay in the ground for it. Equally, the products which come out of it will have to benefit our people, because our youth are revving to do more and new. For them to do something new and for them to do something more, we have to create benefits out of AI rather than, push along with AI unthinkingly that it doesn't serve our people. So I think these many different factors play in making a decision on semiconductor. And that is where semiconductor ISM 2.0 looks into these aspects as well.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly
not pay the penalty of 50%, you can go ahead and pay your tax and interest and the matter is closed. What we have done is expanded this window and included even misreporting cases, where penalty is otherwise 200%. But there again we are telling him that you can settle it by paying the tax, the interest on tax, and this 200% get reduced by half. You pay 100% as an additional income tax. The idea here is that if you are an honest taxpayer, accept the fact that you have to pay the duty. We will not like to brand you by using the word like penalty. That is these two windows are essentially meant to take care of those situations, which is why reference to an honest taxpayer.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground, he can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
the United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. You know, Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran. because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA.
I've got Amitabh Kant with us here. Amitabh has been CEO of Niti Aayog. He's been India Sherpa at the G20. He spoke of animal spirits in the morning. Rahul Gandhi calls it a blind budget. So he's outdone his dead economy comment with a blind budget. So as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, we're a dead economy with a blind budget. I think he's going to run out of adjectives soon. Nevertheless, Amitabh Kant, your first reaction to the budget overall, does it meet the expectations you had this morning?
First and foremost, let me say that these are very complex times we are living in. There's heavy geopolitical fragmentation. There's a breakdown in global supply chains. Global polity is impacted, and it's very important that India at this point is fiscally responsible. It's fiscally prudent, and I would merely say that Finance Minister has been very disciplined in bringing the fiscal deficit down to 4.3%, bringing the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio down to 55.6%, and yet increasing the capex spend to 12.2 lakh crores, which in effect really means that your effective capex spend goes up to almost 4.4% of your GDP, which is enormous. It has never happened before in the history. But the budget actually focuses on manufacturing and infrastructure in a very big way, and I'll come to some of those points. But the smartest thing in this budget, to my mind, is that she's given this exemption of 22 years for data centers, because across the world, about 75 to 80%, in America, in fact, 85% of the investment is happening in AI and data centers. India has all the data and India has all the talent, and if you are able to attract computing power and data center into India, and India is the only country which has one grid across its entire geography. So if you're able to do that, then you'll technologically leapfrog in a very big way. So it's a very smart move to my mind. And I would...
Could they have done that for other sectors as well, slightly more long term?
No, this is the only sector where you've had a 22-year break. Never before have I seen this happening earlier. This is path-breaking, and this is a really smart move.
And it's committing the country in a particular... It's the commitment thing which is so important.
So the important thing is the realization that India can grow at... the challenge is that you need to grow at 8 to 9% for 22 years. 22 years growing at 8 to 9% means you need to technologically leapfrog. You need structural reforms. You need ease of doing business. You need to become cost competitive. All that is important, but you can't do it in the same sectors. You need new technology to make a big spurt forward. And therefore, this nuclear energy, focusing on critical minerals, these 4 critical mineral corridors, you need to become a processing arm. What China does is, it's mastered the art of processing. You will get the raw material, but you need to become a global champion of processing. That's what this budget pushes for. And therefore, my view is that this lithium, iron cell, critical minerals, nuclear, small nuclear reactors, data centers are the way to go forward. And therefore, my view is that this budget has made some very right moves of getting into these areas, but essentially focusing on manufacturing and essentially focusing on infrastructure, which will give you the impetus for growth in the coming years.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Amitabh, thank you. Fairly futuristic, I think, if your analysis is correct.
Basing your argument, I'm willing to hear. and willing to reply to that.
16.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup d'etat. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So will Donald Trump still go in? He is building up forces. He is now tried to create a second off-ramp. This is an air exercise. Let Iran talk about the nuclear option. I mean, all talk of the regime, overthrow, change of regime, gone, finito. Now it's all back to the nuclear option. That means even if you are forced to go in to save your face, you could try and do June, repeat June. Go in for a token strike and tell the Iranians you can hit one of our bases which we will empty out. You know, Bahrain air base that Iran had still hit back. Though Iran also wanted an off-ramp, and so did the United States. This time, Iran knows it's now or never, and it has openly threatened to go the whole hog. He says any attack on Iran will be treated as an attack on act of war, and we will go all guns blazing, fire about 1,000 missiles on Israel, fire another 1,000 missiles on the American air bases in the Middle East, and then close the Gulf of Hormuz.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground, he can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion.
How do you see the impact on the revenue, and also particularly for the consumer goods like 50% duty reduction, will there be any measures to ensure there is no dumping after the reduction happens? And also, not particularly related to the budget, after the recent Tiger Global Tax Supreme Court verdict, do you see there will be any impact on the foreign investment for India? Thank you.
Customs duty, the reductions, etc., which have been given have a logic for that sector, the need for those items to be brought into India, and customs duty not to add cost to it. So there is an economic logic of why it has been done. And if you have seen, most of them are meant to essentially enhance either manufacturing or value addition within India, or help the cause of exporters who are using those imported items to export items from out of India. So this is a very conscious sectoral call. For each sector item, the value chain has been analyzed, based upon which decision on whatever moderation or whatever calibration of duties were to be done have been done. The second part, in terms of revenues, etc., is concerned, what you would have seen is there are a lot of custom process reforms that have been proposed. And the idea is essentially to enhance the volume of international trade, which should fetch us more revenues rather than playing on the rate itself. So we do hope that these process reforms will encourage more people to kind of, export, in the process probably the part of global value chain, more imports, and duty or revenues will be a result of that buoyancy.
I just want to add one additional point to what my colleague Revenue Secretary said. If you look at many of the customs duty reliefs given in Part B, you have to read them in conjunction with the announcements made in Part A on manufacturing. So you look at electronic component manufacturing and you look at the concessions given in Part B, there is a certain logic, alignment and synergy between the two. So that's exactly what you need to focus on.
So actually, the fear of dumping there, will you be monitoring it? We are looking at only those sectors where we need to have our production capabilities improved, and raw materials shouldn't be a constraint on those items which are necessary for us. So it is a very calibrated way in which we've done that.
39, the front.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, ma'am, and everybody. Karishma from Business Today. Ma'am, I just want to also continue the question on the rural employment scheme. A couple of states have shared skepticism and apprehension if they'll be able to fiscally absorb it and if they have the appetite on the cost sharing for the scheme. Ma'am, second, just a follow-up question, if there could be an update given on IDBI disinvestment.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood.
होना चाहिए। मन लग रहा है कि और हायर एजुकेशन सेंटर्स ज़रूर है होना चाहिए। इन सब को सुनने के बाद हम हायर एजुकेशन में और ऑप्शंस ले आ रहे हैं जिससे हर तरह का कोर्स उस हब्स में बने। आवर स्टूडेंट्स डोंट नीड टू गो आउट इन केस उनको वीज़ा नहीं मिला और बोरोइंग करके जाना है। उस क्वालिटी का एजुकेशन भारत में ही हो, इसीलिए जितने भी स्टेट्स वो क्या बोलते हैं चैलेंज मोड में आकर के बोलेंगे कि हम ज़मीन देने के लिए तैयार है। मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल जैसे बनाते हैं, ऐसे यूनिवर्सिटीज विद डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ कोर्सेज कैन ऑल कम एंड सेट अप, एंड दिस विल आल्सो मीन पार्टनरिंग विद यूनिवर्सिटीज अब्रॉड। सो हायर एजुकेशन में जो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के साथ फंक्शन करना है और हमारे स्टूडेंट्स जो बाहर जा रहे हैं उनको उसी क्वालिटी के एजुकेशन इधर देने का, ये नहीं कह रही हूँ मैं कि हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में क्वालिटी नहीं है, मगर एस्पिरेशनल लोग को कुछ और सर्टिफिकेट जब चाहते हैं वो सर्टिफिकेट क्यों ना भारत में ही ना मिलना, व्हाई डोंट वी प्रोवाइड फॉर इट, एंड इसीलिए वो स्कीम ले आए। सो इट डज नॉट इमीडिएटली मीन दैट वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी स्पेंडिंग ऑन प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी। प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी में इतनी सारे स्टेट्स के साथ कोलैबोरेट करते हुए पीएम श्री स्कूल हो, नवोदय विद्यालय हो, प्राइमरी से लेकर हायर सेकेंडरी तक बहुत सारे कदम पिछले 5 साल में उठाया गया। न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आने के बाद उन सबको अभी भी सपोर्ट मिलेगा सेंटर से, हम कम नहीं कर रहे हैं बजट को।
22 the front.
Hello ma'am, good afternoon. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, firstly I wanted to understand the impact of your tax proposals both on the direct and indirect tax side and as well as the net implication. Ma'am, secondly a very basic question in terms of your new fiscal anchor on central government debt reduction. What are the measures that will be followed on that? Thank you.
So on the new fiscal anchor, we, like it has been announced, the glide path will be continued, and fiscal deficit, in other words, shall be the operational target to attain the debt to GDP. So it's not that we are going away from the fiscal deficit. It's not going to be the monitorable target. The target will be the debt to GDP that we are going to be monitoring. But both do work in tandem, and that is understandable. That's the way we are anchoring this.
So I have already explained the growth rates for the tax the next year.
The live press conference for a while because we got the CEO and Managing Director of the National Stock Exchange, Ashish Kumar Chauhan, with us. Ashish, the markets reacted a little pessimistically. Was this only because of, STT or something else? Were they expecting something else? And how do you think it's going to play out now?
Broadly speaking, I think STT has been a little bit of a dampener. But in some ways, if you look back 25, 27 years, wherever the BJP governments have been in power, they have been fiscally very conservative. And if you see Mr. Modi's 11 years, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman's 9 years, they have gone on 2 tracks. I mean, what I call twin tracks, they call it twin engines. But one is to reduce the fiscal deficit, another is to invest as much as possible in infrastructure so that you increase the productive capacity of the overall economy. And this year also, they have done the same. They are now going to have the fiscal deficit going from 4.4% to 4.3%. And in the next 3-4 years, your debt to GDP ratio is going to be close to 50%. Whereas if you look at, say, America, it's now about 120%. Europe, UK, all of them are in that range. Japan is about 200%. So you are, in a way, going toward a safe harbor, which gives you flexibility in case of large geopolitical shocks, which we have seen over last 1 year that the number of shocks and frequencies increase. And so it's important to keep your leeway available to you. On the other side, the infrastructure also, they've, I think, gone above 11% compared to last year. Again, they are spending money on creating infrastructure, which will create jobs. With FTAs, if you read that, probably you're going to be having many more jobs created over the next 3-5 years than what has been created in, let's say, last 10-15 years, because of the fact that with all the FTAs, the high employment generating the industries like garment and leather and small little manufacturing, SME manufacturing, all are going to improve going forward, because India was not treated very well in the WTO. With the FTA, I think we are going to be on par with China or even Bangladesh in garments or Pakistan in garments. And we have been pretty much the largest cotton producers in the world. But beyond that, we have not been able to do clothes or garments because of this differential treatment where we were treated much worse than other people, right? So overall, I think long term, this is a fundamentally good budget. It is very responsible and will bring a lot of growth going forward.
Ashish, government market borrowing is estimated about 17.2 lakh crores. Do you expect any upward pressure on yields that could affect the equity market sentiment?
Broadly speaking, large portion of that comes from the bonds, the government bonds. And that has been, actually, the numbers are not very different vis-a-vis the percentage of GDP or the banking system size. So I don't see that to be putting pressure on the yield at all. On the divestment side also, the numbers are very small, even at the higher level. So that today, the stock markets in India are able to get almost $250 billion of funding for the Indian corporates, including equities, rights, bonuses, commercial papers, bonds, REITs in which put together. And so these numbers are pretty much manageable in my opinion.
We also have Deven Choksi with us. Hi, Deven. You really need no introduction on a budget day or any other day. Deven, what do you make of the budget overall? I mean, we have fairly good numbers, you know. If you look at the numbers, there's such strong numbers. I was surprised. I was telling Ashish that I don't know why the market looks at a downside, but you have 7% GDP growth. You have a revised estimate for fiscal deficit, 4.3%. You have, then why this negative sentiment, and what do you look at the big story in this budget this time?
Yes, sir. I think leave aside the market for a while.
Leave aside,
overall 15,000-17,000 crore kind of STT impact, which it may have on, I think, the total volume of the market. I think the market has already lost, I think, 6.5 lakh to 7 lakh crore worth of market capitalization. So keep that part little aside for a while, because I think overall the budget, I think, promises significantly good amount of the business of the economy. On the one side, I think it's a back to basic, 10% nominal GDP growth. On the other side, I think back to balancing, which means I think your fiscal deficit of 4.3% and roadmap clear to 3.5%. At the same time, I think the debt to GDP ratio, which is 56% for FY27, estimated, I think is basically targeted to go down to 50% 5 years from now. So from a perspective of looking at, I think, the entire discipline in the financial system of the country, the government is, I think, quite clear about, I think, how exactly they want to see the economy moving in that direction. And in my viewpoint, I think the global investors also look at this particular macro data in a very systematic manner. They get assurance in form of that this country is not going to expand the debt. This country is not going to, I think, create higher amount of inflation. This country is not going to create higher amount of interest rates. And at the same time, keep producing at a higher rate of growth. So that is basically an invitation for them to come into market. Actually speaking, I think a business like data center, I think where the world is basically going to be experiencing the capacity addition to 245 gigawatts in 5 years from now, from current 45 gigawatts. It is 5 times expansion. For 22 years, I think we have created, I think, a tax-exempt situation for data center and cloud computing. In my viewpoint, I think it's a direct invitation to global players to come and invest into the markets in India, because they don't come alone. They come along with their entire ecosystem. So frankly speaking, I think the entire renewable segment of power, along with I think the computing, both of them are going to be, I think, a significant attraction point for some of the long-term investors. At the same time, I think they have given the roadmap clarity for taxation. Should one wants to exit before 22 years, they are giving the roadmap clarity to them for charging them a tax at the same time. So no ambiguity involved in this investment. In my viewpoint, I think many sectors are attracting significantly large attention from the investment point of view, including infrastructure, the waterways, the chemical zones, I think the direct freight corridors. I think all those areas probably I think are suggesting that the economy is far superiorly placed and far more better as far as I think its deliverables are concerned. Market probably I think is victim of a little bit of noise at this point of time. In summary, if I may have to say that.
Yes. The second point, I agree with. Second point is also, and I want a comment from both of you on how you think India is looking at geopolitical headwinds. And before that, I want to share some trivia with our viewers. Interesting points here. Maybe you will find it interesting, Ashish and Devin. No allocation for Chabahar port in Iran, despite New Delhi signing a 10-year agreement in 2024 with Tehran to operate the Shahid Beheshti terminal there. This comes amidst Iran's tensions with the US. Bhutan gets the maximum share of Indian aid, 2,288 crores, 6% up. Nepal, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, all given 800, 400, 300 crore. Mauritius, Maldives give 550 crore. Afghanistan, 150 crore. So for neighboring countries with whom we want to maintain good relations, we've done a lot. Bangladesh, aid has come down by half. So you see the link between geopolitics and financial allocation out there. Now, my question is that on a broader level, Ashish, thank you both for addressing the market issue. On a broader level, is this the right message to send? It's a stability budget. Like we are not going to increase our debt, as Devin said, to finance our projects. We are not in a hurry. We're going to remain this ocean of stability, at this point of time, amidst a galaxy of turmoil. Is that the right strategy, or should we have been more aggressive? You have observed the FTAs very closely. You were there when the FTA with the UK was signed, Ashish. How do you see the world responding to our conservative approach?
Broadly speaking, I agree with you that it's a budget for stability, but I would also call it a budget for growth, because last 11 years, their methodology has been the same. They've kept the budget deficit to be controlled. At the same time, they've implemented a lot of infrastructure. These two situations have been the same across all last 11 years of Mr. Modi's government, and I don't see any change at all. At the same time, the constraints which the government has put on itself by not being profligate has helped us during COVID, has now helped us during the tariff tantrum situations. Now, in fact, geopolitics is becoming even more volatile, and it's better to be sort of conservative, keep some cards under the pocket so that when in case required you are able to take out. And today, why we are the fastest growing large economy in the world for last 11 years is because of the same reason that we have been conservative in our overall management of the economy, and it should continue. I don't think when we are in trouble, anyone is going to come and save us, because we are considered emerging market. While as developed markets are actually becoming very profligate, and we are going towards conservativeness, and we must, because that's where more and more of those businesses which are operating in developed countries will also come here and invest, because we have growth, we have demand, we have demographics, and of course we have conservatism. I think it's going to be a very nice combination with FTAs, as you rightly said. In some ways, we were not well treated earlier by WTO. Now with FTAs, we will be on with most of our competition, and that's where I think I see a lot of jobs getting created over next 3, 5, 10 years going forward. With EU, with UAE, with UK, with Australia and New Zealand, Japan and all. So I think it's a good time to be in India. I don't see any other having our kind of demographics, our kind of growth, and our kind of sort of control over fiscal.
I think I agree with you broadly there, but we should not glamorize conservatism either too much, Devin. Sometimes we may lose the opportunity, we may not grow to the extent because we have done the right thing. We have done capex commitment, etc. But our manufacturing exports are still struggling on delivered cost, quality, turnaround time. These are unaddressed issues. I would have expected something very, very concrete on that in the budget, which I did not see. What is your sense in macro terms on that, Devin?
In fact, Arnab, I think I would probably say that this government has consistently done a few things. They've been extremely aggressive about, I think, their expenditure budget, and they've been extremely conservative about their income budgets. I think in this budget also the similar thing is being reflected. They are becoming aggressive about expenditure budget largely to tell the world that I think this is the kind of money that I want to spend. And finally, they end up inviting money from other players, and I think those people start spending money. The PLI scheme is a classic example of that as well. Now, coming to, I think, the budget in which I think they have given the provisions pertaining to the infrastructure. Container business, 10,000 crore allocated. 7 waterways have been allocated. They have given railways corridor, I think, a new further shape to railways corridor. They have also given, I think, dedicated freight corridors, I think, to one in East and second in West in Surat. So in my viewpoint, I think they are constantly working on this particular thing. And your apprehension is absolutely right that I think our export not becoming competitive. Through this kind of investment in infrastructure, they're ensuring that the logistic cost comes down in the economy, and which is what I think they're systematically doing. In fact, I think if I go back 10 years and today if I see it, I think logistic cost to GDP used to be around 14%. Today it has come down below 10%, and the target is well to reach around 7% or odd. China is right now at 5 to 6%. So frankly, I think the government is putting significant amount of thrust on infrastructure, 12.2 lakh crore worth of allocation. At the same time, full decade of allocation amounting to 142 lakh crore till 2030 from 2020. Now, these are some of the programs which they are beautifully executing. And in my viewpoint, I think if they are little short on executing, that is still justified because in this country, probably I think there are certain hurdles, including the land acquisition, etc. They affect them. But by and large, I believe that I think it's the right direction, right track as we are seeing it from the financial market point of view as well as from the economic point of view.
Well, Devin and Ashish, thank you for giving me a macro view. It's been very useful. This is going to trend a lot because initial reaction is not the last reaction, and you are both stalwarts from the market, equity markets, capital markets, to give me that perspective. I'll talk to you again. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you. Best of luck to you. And I hand over to Abhishek. We're continuing our analysis here today with top voices from the corporate world in different sectors. We have next set of guests with Abhishek and Pranav. Over to both of you guys. Thank you.
All right, let's take it forward. Aditi. We have Mr. Chauhan continuing with us. Okay, Gaurav Gupta.
Okay, Pranav, please take over while Abhishek settles down. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Gupta, your first reaction on the budget today. It was a budget, many are saying it's a continuation of where the Modi government started. Last year was all about tax reform. This year, though no big bang announcements as such, it's a continuation budget. What's your first thought?
Actually, big congratulations again for a great budget to the Finance Minister. I think the focus has been to maintain a strong macroeconomic, ecosystem for us. 4.3% of fiscal deficit is a great target in comparison to what is existing all over the world. And, moving aside from the fiscal budget, fiscal deficit, we're also looking at, many measures to sort of give impetus to employment. And I think these are some of the core areas which is going to, provide us a sustained sort of push for, a longer term, stable sort of economic ecosystem.
Right. The markets seem to have reacted in a way that is not so, encouraging. What could be the reason behind the initial, would you call it a knee-jerk reaction?
Yes, I would tend to see that as a knee-jerk reaction. actually the core of what the market is now looking potentially haven't gone down to the details of the budget, but there are certain things that even we are looking out in terms of how is the government promoting the innovative and the startup ecosystem for the country. And although there is a 10,000 crore growth fund sort of announced, and so there are, but it's the execution, it's the devil is in the details, which we need to see and see how that really pans out and provides us the pipeline of next level of companies that will excite the capital markets.
Mr. Sethuraman, welcome, and he's Narayan Sethuraman, he's co-chairman, CII Trade Policy Council and MD of Sanmar Engineering. Welcome to the broadcast, Mr. Sethuraman. Your first comments, and also from trade policy point of view, you think this bolsters India's foreign trade position with the kind of decisions that have been taken, for example, on the custom duties front?
Thank you and good afternoon. I would like to answer that question also, and before that answer, make a comment on the earlier statement on manufacturing and exports that you had raised, because that also is relevant to this. See, one has to look at the ecosystem in totality. For us to grow in manufacturing and grow in exports and become a larger economy, there was this talk about conservatism, etc. One has to make the supply chain more resilient, and there has to be capacity building. And this budget does just that. Whether if you look at the initiatives taken for MSMEs, who are a critical part of the supply chain, the focus on legacy manufacturing, the focus on the structural sectors, all of this will go towards expanding the manufacturing share of GDP, as well as making us a larger exporting nation. Yeah. The demand creation will come from some of the FTAs that have been signed, including the most recent one with the EU. And a lot of the process pains have been addressed. You asked about trade policies. The support for containers, which was just referred to, some of the temporary support for the SEZ and the changes in SEZ policies. Overall, I see this budget as a big positive for India as a whole and Indian manufacturing.
Let me take this to Mr. Chandra Krishnamurthy, CFO of SRM Holdings and SRM Group of Institutions. The education sector takeaways, Mr. Krishnamurthy?
Yes. If you recall, the Finance Minister started off by saying that this is a Yuva Shakti budget. It's just that, because it focuses on education, skilling, employment, with clear linkages to the education industry, to the education institutions, universities, higher education. If you look at the focus areas that the budget is focusing on, particularly in the emerging technologies, whether it is biopharma, clinical trials, semiconductor, AI, data centers, wearers, there's a huge list actually. And all of these are going to require a lot of trained manpower, which clearly the education institutions will have to chip in terms of being able to train these people, provide these people for these sectors. Apart from the manpower, there will also be a lot of requirement for technology in terms of research, development, which the universities, again, can actually contribute significantly to. So I see this as a very broad-based, very focused budget from the education standpoint. And clearly, this is also putting us on the path to achieving the objectives of the NEP 2020 of achieving 50% GER by the next 10 years.
Mr. Maheshwari, in fact, there wasn't any direct announcement as far as direct taxes are concerned for the common man. But if you have to take out three takeaways that are going to directly impact a common household's pockets, what would that be?
Good afternoon, everyone. The point here is this budget regarding tax provision is not the fear factor that every time it used to come. This time the entire budget has been on a more friendly note that if you did a mistake, accept it, pay the fine and regularize it. However, the points that the common man will get as a benefit is Number one, the capital gains taxes on the buyback of shares, which is a very welcome step. To a certain extent, the benefits accruing to the entire sector in terms of data centers, the policy that has been given will definitely give a boost to the common man's pocket only. So I feel that these are the two important points that will give an advantage to the common man at this juncture.
Okay. But also, as a chartered accountant, I think there is a new definition of what is an accountant given, and some tweaks which can bring in Indian version of, these big four audit companies. So I think there is a big plus for your profession, at least.
Yeah, that's true. After a lot of threats, Indians will definitely become a big four for the world. Those countries, those industries where we already have a scope will definitely require Indian chartered accountants to demonstrate their skills to go ahead to create world-class services there. Also, apart from that, government has given the mandate to all the professional bodies to create an army of soldiers, foot on the street soldiers, to help the MSMEs by delivering a specific courses, that too with the help of other agencies.
Right. Mr. Gupta, nothing in the budget on the face of it which can stem the tide of the FIIs leaving the Indian market. You think with the kind of slide we have seen today, even the DII sort of,